It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aimchess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes e4, the d takes e5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aimchess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Welcome everyone to day 2 of the Chessable Masters. We have 16 of the most exciting chess players in the world who are going to delight us again with 4 more games of rapid play chess. I should say from the top that I'm delighted to introduce my co-commentator, International Master Andras Toth, who is in the middle of the night there in Australia. Andras, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you very much, Danny. Thanks for the kind intro. Trying to stay awake and get ready for some real chess fun. I think it's better than caffeine if you want to stay awake. Just watch some 15-minute games delivered to you by the very best of the best. What can go wrong?
Good stuff. So this, as I said, this is the Chessable Masters. They are one of the partners of this latest Champions Chess Tour event. Let me just mention the other partners for this event, which are Airthings, who monitor air quality. So they are helping the players with devices wherever they're playing all over the world. And also, don't forget, we have some NFTs available. Do check out chesschamps.io, and there are auctions there for NFTs of this event. There's also a trophy, which is going to be an NFT trophy, which will be presented to the winner and also auctioned off as well. So do check out chesschamps.io for NFTs. We're going to begin round 5 in about 3 minutes time, but just before we set off, so Andras, what's your impression so far of the tournament?
Oh, look, already I think things have been set on fire in a very good way. I was super happy to see Abhimanyu Mishra being in the field, and boy, he did show that he is indeed a grandmaster for a very good reason at a very young age of just 13. Boy, oh boy, scoring immediately 2 victories. And I was most impressed by how easily he put Ding Liren on the ropes, although unfortunately he failed to finish the business off. But that was definitely something that impressed me. And speaking of Ding Liren, of course, I'm very excited to see the Chinese Super GM back in the ring, back in the arena. And now he is a world champion candidate as well. So I think entertainment is guaranteed, even if your commentator is a sleepy Australian.
Very good. Well, I mean, speaking of Ding Liren, I'm actually delighted that he and his compatriot Wei Yi are doing very well. You know, so far I feel that, I mean, Ding has had his moments in these online tournaments, but somehow, I mean, maybe it's to do with the time zone. You know, he's playing at a very different time More your kind of time, Andras.
Yeah, very relatable as far as I'm concerned.
Very relatable indeed. But also, so I'm delighted he's doing well, but also at the moment leading is Wei Yi, the 22-year-old, who, well, a few years ago, he was the man of the moment. He broke through the 2700 barrier at, well, I think the age of 17. But somehow, sounds daft saying this, when his rating is, 27, 29, I can see here. But actually, somehow he hasn't quite fulfilled that early promise. So he is now leading the tournament. I have to say, he played some beautiful games yesterday. One, in particular, I thought his win over Hari Krishna was a beautiful strategic game, just an overall strategy culminating in beautiful pawn sacrifices and, very nice finish. He was really impressive. So I'm delighted, actually, that both Chinese players are doing extremely well. I can see that in this round 5, we have a fascinating pairing. Well, many interesting games, but I'm looking at the game between Ramesh Babu, Praggnanandhaa, and Magnus Carlsen. That is certainly a pairing that we should keep an eye on. Any other ones that particularly spring to mind for you, Andras?
As I am looking through now the boards, whilst we do have the said Praggnanandhaa Carlsen game on the board, the two Chinese players that you mentioned are actually facing each other. So that could go either way. That could be a very short and friendly encounter, or it could indeed be a very exciting match. And I'm also curious about Mamedyarov against Sam Shankland, because that is headed towards a semi-Slav, which Sam Shankland is a crowned king of. And in fact, he has done at least one Chessable course on that particular topic, which I do know is a brilliant course. And Sam is an outstanding connoisseur of the semi-Slav setups. In fact, with both colors. So I will switch there very quickly, especially because after bishop g5, we might be heading for the world famous, infamous Botvinnik system, the most complicated story that we have ever seen on a chessboard. And it is indeed. The Botvinnik is on the board between Mamedyarov and Shankland. Needless to say that Mamedyarov never shies away from any kind of fight and battle, so he's going to embrace it like the champ he is. Back to you, Danny, with the Praggnanandhaa game. It's looking to me like a quiet Rui Lopez for the time being.
Yeah, that might be a slow brew. We don't know, but I mean, one thing that I know about Pragg is that he's such a sharp tactician. If he spots a chance, then he's going to go for it. I've seen that over the past few months in his tournaments, where sometimes he's had tough positions, but he somehow spots some random tactic that gets him out of trouble. I'm thinking of his last round game against Gukesh in the Reykjavik Open, where suddenly an unexpected knight move suddenly just blew up Gukesh there, and a real upset when Pragg was actually 2 pawns down, and he swung that one around. So let's see about that one. Well, we got some more moves there. Yeah, well, okay, it's a pretty standard Spanish, but yeah, let's see what happens there. Let's just stick with this board for the time being.
Oh, sure. It's looking like a reasonably quiet D3 Rui Lopez, which has been quite popular these days, with or without A4. That's up to the players yet, but I suspect that the opening and the early middle game is going to go in a more positional fashion. By the way, what I particularly like about Pragg is something that you also highlighted, and that is the fact that he is more than willing to enter positions which are definitely not better for him, but extremely murky, messy stuff, where stuff is hanging everywhere, and he just out-calculates his opponents like an absolute boss. I really find it very impressive, because that kind of bold approach to positions that may not look like anything to other players, he would very happily engage with, as long as it promises tactical opportunities.
He's on 5 out of 12 at the moment, and he's in 8th place. So just a reminder to everyone out there about the format, that it is the top 8, the top half of the tournament have to make the cut to get into the knockout phase. So he's hanging in there at the moment, but that's what we have to keep our eye on. And remember, again, quick reminder, the rules, it's 3 points for a win and just 1 for a draw. So this is, I think, a very nice improvement compared to last year, that even if a player is sort of gets ahead, wins a few games, it's not really possible just to coast through with draws, because a couple of wins will just bounce you right up. So yeah, a very nice improvement. Let's just stick there. This, I mean, you say, this is, more positional, but these Spanish positions, I mean, I've played these my whole life with white. And what I love about playing the Spanish is that, yes, they can be very strategic, but all the pieces on the board, and, so often they just blow up into a real tactical melee. And I think particularly when Pragg has played with the bishop out to g5 and to h4, setting up this pin, which is actually something, a strategy that Carlsen loves playing in these kind of positions. And this already just it's a difficult question for Black to answer, because Black can't free himself from the pin very easily. Obviously, the bishop is on b6 instead of e7. And so at some moment, Black might have to make that tricky choice. Do you advance that pawn to g5? I mean, at the moment, Magnus is hanging back with the king in the middle. So it could be he'll go for it. Sometimes you can even, even Carlsen played g5. But, this is a fundamental decision, and it's not easy to get right. I mean, Andras, do you play this position with black or white? What are you more?
I am more of a white side guy on the Rui Lopez. So yeah, definitely I feel more at home in these structures with white, especially with the bishop being outside of the pawn chain. So I did play a bit of e5 myself with black, but I never really played these Archangel or Arhangelsk structures. So I'm not quite familiar with them, but I am definitely with you on this one, that g5 is going to be a very important decision to make. Whether that will be played or not. And in fact, Carlsen did play g5 in the game.
Okay, well, so, game on. This is great.
Yeah,
this is exactly what we want.
Yeah, this is now all guns ablaze. Like, this is not going to be peaceful. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, this is fantastic. And as I said, it's actually this kind of position, which in many ways Carlsen is more familiar with, playing on the white side of this position. So knight a5. Okay, what's this one about? Okay, well, I mean, what if this knight? What if the bishop just drops? Yeah, to a2.
Bishop drops back to a2. I reckon he might want to play just c5 to expand in the center, which I always find a bit counterintuitive with the bishop on b6, but I see them do it all the time.
Yeah, but wait a second. I mean, the pawn on b5 is hanging, so
true.
That seems slightly odd to me.
So maybe bishop d7 first.
Yeah, so bishop, obviously white keeps that vital light squared bishop, pops it back on a2.
Yep.
And then black has to think what to do here, whether it's bishop d7 or maybe even c6, and he might want to play bishop e6 here.
I don't like c6 though, because after b4 this knight is becoming a bit of a sad customer, right? Like, I don't really want to go there.
It's not a beautiful position.
No,
but then again, that's why I slightly question knight a5 actually, and frankly, I'm not surprised that Pragg is just hesitating for a moment here, because to me, it looks like a slightly unusual move actually.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. The more I'm looking at it, the more I'm also with you on that one. That b5 is a little bit tender, and b4 is definitely a move that we would be happy to play, because it's a very good comparison to show that when we play b4, the knight on b7 doesn't have a natural reroute towards the middle. The knight on a3, in strong contrast, does have a very natural path via c2 to return towards the center. So, yeah, decisions. Pragg is thinking.
It's a tricky one. Should we just have... he's actually gone back to c2.
Yeah, he dropped back to c2, oddly. And then insta b4.
Okay, so that's Magnus's idea. All right. So he wants to gain control over the d4 square. Okay, very dynamic. So c takes b4, knight c6. And yeah, he just wants to slap into... Well, okay, well, that will stop it. So bishop d7 is
yeah, bishop d7, and then I can choose to give up the bishops in order to retain the d4 square, but I don't know how safe that of an idea that is.
I have to say, I think, yeah, giving up that light squared bishop kind of feels like it robs White's position of some dynamism somehow.
Yes, most certainly. Although, to be fair, I would say that after having taken on b4, the dynamism is a little bit gone anyway, because now d4 is a static weakness that we have to reckon with for the rest of the game.
Yeah, no, I mean, bishop a4 is an option. It's interesting. Listen, let's do a little tour.
Sure.
Just very quickly, let's just check out some other games. You mentioned the game between...
okay, let's go right there.
And Shankland, which I think is definitely one to keep an eye on, considering that, you know, we have this absolutely fascinating opening variation.
So what happened here, Danny, is that this bishop e2 line has become a bit of a trend lately. Most notably, Gukesh beat Shirov, who is, by the way, an absolute legend of a theoretician on either side of the Botvinnik. In fact, in his magnificent book, Fire on Board, he dedicates a whole chapter to that. And so Gukesh defeated Shirov with this bishop e2. The standard move here is g3, and then the bishop comes to g2. And instead, this bishop e2, bishop f3 is now gaining popularity, despite the fact that it loses the knight, the pawn on f6 back right away. But now the two bishops are exerting a lot of pressure onto the black position. And I believe that we still may be following some kind of theory. But it is certainly going to be a very exciting battle.
I'm just looking at the two players there. Have their images frozen, or are they? Oh no, they are. They're just really focused. I mean, I was just staring at them for the moment, and actually, they were stock still. So absolute concentration. Sam knows his theory incredibly well, and as we've seen, you know, he's hardly used any time. But Shaq, well, he's consumed a fair bit of time already, so that's kind of interesting.
Yes, and we are definitely on trodden path. So I think they are trying to recall their theory here. And to be fair, I would actually say that Sam is probably the bigger expert here, whereas Shaq is probably the craftier player when it comes to the extreme complications. So it's going to be an exciting battle to see how theory shapes up against, you know, a really, really tough warrior. Bishop a4 was right, Danny.
Shaq didn't have a great day yesterday.
Yes, true. Very true. Very true.
Only on 3 out of 12. And suffered a pretty poor defeat to Abhimanyu Mishra, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, Shaq, yeah, he's a beast. He's such a dangerous proposition. But yeah, let's see. Both having a bit of a bad hair day. I'm just going to call it. You know, they both look like they've just been dragged out of bed.
That makes it the three of us.
Yeah, well. That's true. I mean, I can't think what's Sam's time zone. He must. I'm guessing he's West Coast of the States, so he's probably just getting up. Whereas Shaq, he's probably just had a siesta.
Yeah, I would say so. Although I don't think that the country he lives in is particularly known for siestas, but or is it?
He's in Azerbaijan.
Yeah, I usually associate a siesta with Mediterranean countries, but I could be wrong there.
Well, close enough.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, it seems to me that, you know, any hot country is you know, any sensible human being has a siesta.
Oh right, okay. I don't mind that policy, by the way.
That's my view. Yeah, that's
do you leave accordingly, Danny? Do you keep a siesta?
No, siestas are just what any civilized human being does, particularly before you play a game of chess.
Oh, most certainly. That is actually very true.
I'm sure that Mamedyarov is takes his sleep very seriously. Just popping back, yeah, we've got knight c4 hitting that bishop on b6. Ah, okay. Well,
what are we looking at, Danny, here? Are we looking to regain the material on b4, or are we getting fancy with chucking that? I can't really go to d4 because b6 is going to be taken, right?
Yeah, no, I was just trying to think, well, why not knight takes b4, actually?
Yeah, exactly. So let's have a look. I guess, are you going to take me?
Yeah.
Okay, I will take with a queen, I guess.
Yeah, but now there's knight takes b6 and a potential. You can't
back rank is a bit okay. Let's take with the knight. The knight c5 could be an idea anyway.
Yeah,
with hitting the d3 pawn.
Okay, but now this, I'm looking at the kingside pawns.
Maybe you are thinking h4, are you?
Well, yeah, g4 is a little bit awkward at the moment, but how
oh yeah, because I can't drop back to d2 because d3 hangs.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Let's bear it in mind, you know, because just at the moment it's just a little bit flimsy. I mean, maybe white just has to castle there, and there's potential to play d4.
Yes, which we can't do right now because after take, we have got this very ugly family fork on c2.
But I mean, I was going to say with or without after castles. With or without an exchange on b6, you know, it's an option.
I do like castles here.
Keep it simple, you know, because just for a moment, black has to solve the problem of the king in the middle, and you know, it's like, well, white has entered the middle game here, but black is still in the opening if the king is on.
Yeah. That's a very good way to put it. Actually, I like that a lot. And indeed, we are following what we predicted. Take on d7, knight takes back, and I dare say castles is going to come.
Yeah, I think it's actually been played. Yeah. Okay, let's do a quick tour while we've got a little bit of time. Let's do a little tour. Is there anything else that?
There is a Sicilian, Danny, and Sicilians are close to my heart, so I will be selfish and I will have a look at this. This is Jordan van Forest against Abhimanyu Mishra. And I am not quite sure if I identify which line it was. So very quickly from the, okay, so it was some early bishop c4 shenanigans, and then queen takes. Okay, that is surprising to say the least. And then queen d3 back.
This is kind of the latest trend, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not a fan, Danny. I am a classicist at heart, and I'm a big fan of open Sicilian. I like my knight on d4, thank you very much, and my queen on d2. But I do, of course, appreciate the fact that having the knight on f3 allows this very annoying pressure on d6. Mind you, Mishra handled it fabulously by counterattacking on f2 and now blocking everything off on e5. And now we are looking to go back to what I would call a normal Scheveningen structure, where f5 seems to be white's main plan, utilizing the power of the bishop on the diagonal, creating a weakness, hopefully on e6.
Yeah, I think this has turned out extremely well for Jordan here, because that rook on d8, moving from f8, means that f7 is weaker, and already, I mean, there's potential, of course, to soften e6 and perhaps use the long diagonal. I know the knight is on c5, so it can take out the bishop, but also pawn to f6 at some moment is going to be a theme here.
Maybe just take, I guess, a takes and then knight e5, trying to hold it together. But I am with you, Danny. I prefer white here. It seems to me that white is already knocking on the door, and black hasn't even started any queenside operation that is worthy of mentioning.
I mean, there are several moves here. I mean, if one wanted to play slowly, I mean, in that position that you had on the board. I mean,
g4, g5.
Yeah, exactly. g4, g5, and just go for f6. I mean, you know, white is very solid there. The queenside position is solid. It's going to take an age before black actually manages. Well, you need to get in a5, a4, but that's not happening quickly. So it feels very pleasant for white already, I have to say.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. There has been some event happening here. What was it? It was a mass of trades. That was the name of the event. Let's have a look at this, Danny. So rook d1. It's quite interesting that white hasn't castled yet, which is quite typical otherwise in the Botvinnik. And also knight takes d5 is a very unusual move by white because it straightens the pawn structure and fortifies the c4 pawn, whichever way black takes. But now, I suppose... Actually, I don't know what the idea would have been if they had taken this way. Take on e7 and then castles and just hold the fort. This way it's very exciting because now e7 is free to take, but of course there will be a pin on the e file, and this is the position on the board now with queen on d2 and queen on f6. And as usual in the Botvinnik, I have no clue what's going on whatsoever.
Oh, really interesting position. So, okay, let's do some basics here. The queen is threatening the bishop on f3, so I guess we're just going to drop to g2. We could throw in a check.
Check here is also possible,
but I'm not sure how that really benefits white because it's going to be loose.
Drop back and then h4.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, maybe Sam is just going to exchange queens. I would guess queen h6 here.
Yes, and actually I was about to tell you that the Botvinnik tends to be very good for black. Once we get this king out of trouble and trade down to an endgame, and then this pawn avalanche based on these queenside pawns begins to roll, they seem to be harder to hold than white 3 versus 1.
Sorry, just to break in, I think that's why he's given check. And I suspect he would like, if possible, well, it gives him an extra move.
From here?
So I wonder. I mean, white still has to be careful about, attack on the H and G file. So after King B8, I'm not exactly sure what Shak has in mind here. I mean, if you play H4, then you get hit by a rook E G8 anyway. F4 feels a bit funny because it does. Sort of expose things again a little bit. I don't know.
I'll tell you why I was looking at it, Danny. I was trying to make this my next bastion of operation, but I agree with you. It feels just a little bit not right. But it feels weakening.
It's very interesting because, okay, after f4, at least the queen can defend h2.
Yeah, that was an additional benefit. And actually, Shak played rook e1, which still might turn into an f4 rook e5 operation.
Yeah, okay, so what happens on rook eg8? Let me be very crude here.
Okay.
And there's also the possibility to actually exchange off with bishop c8 as well.
This is not a friendly operation, Danny. I thought that we were friends, and now you are giving me grief already. It's not nice.
I'm not.
Maybe queen e... I don't know. I don't like this for white. But maybe queen e2, I suppose, for a want of a better move. Like, what else? Yeah, I don't see any other way to engage with this.
Yeah.
I really wouldn't want to drop back here.
Unless he wants to play just this h3 here.
I think that's when this is gonna become a thing.
I was hoping just to exchange and play king g2 if there's time. But I think there is time.
Yeah.
But no, very tricky. And I hesitate to play these moves with white because it can go badly wrong. I mean, okay, so rook e1 played. Let's just have a... So let's have
rook e1
position
played,
with, rook e1 here.
Yeah, I like a rook g8 idea. I really do.
Well, still, I mean, but after rook g8, it's still not absolutely clear what white is doing.
I feel like what we propose as a line is almost forced.
I can see the eval bar actually thinks black is doing fine here.
Yes, but in fact, that's been true for the past 10 or so moves. So the eval bar is constantly staying below the equal mark.
Right. Okay.
by varying margin, but consistently below.
And clock time's very even, about 7 minutes each. We're getting down to the wire here.
Yeah.
Just coming back to the Jordan van Foreest against Abhimanyu Mishra, can we switch back there? Because few developments, and that's very interesting.
Whoa. Okay, let's rewind the tape a little bit. So he played bishop f6 instead of taking on b3 right away. There was a trade on e6. And then queen g4 was apparently a mistake by the engine's measure, at least. A natural move, at least to a human eye. Takes, and knight takes. So usually, somehow it's never the knight that takes on b3, although usually that knight is on d4, not on d2. So from d2's perspective, it would be an improvement. I don't know. So he took with the knight, and now the machine really likes black. So what are we doing here, Danny, after knight e5, which appears to be rather obvious? How do we prove this attack?
Yes. Well, okay. I mean, if queen takes c3 is going to be the follow-up, then that's awkward. So does White have to play queen h4 there? Just to
actually hold them for a second there, Danny, because after queen c3, I always have bishop d4 with the idea of take, and then that guy's
but not if queen g3. That's the point.
Oh, not if we drop back here. That is correct. Yes.
So that's why I wanted to play queen h4.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to drop here to actually attack it and by directly eliminating this idea.
Well, that's the other point. But it was more the fact that queen g3 isn't possible. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. I'm totally with you. Yeah, I don't see it as clearly as the engine does. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not so sure. Maybe bishop d7, maybe knight g6. Actually, check this out, Danny. What happened here was that they played e5. Which fits in the structure beautifully because it opens up this bishop square. And indeed, after queen g3, they played bishop e6.
Okay.
And now, for the first time, I confidently say that I like black. In fact, black is better, period.
Clock times, 3 minutes remaining for Abhimanyu and 8 minutes for Van Foreest. So that's going to be tricky. But yeah, so far, Abhimanyu doing well. He's on 50% so far. Very, very impressive, actually. I mean, he did get a bit of a pasting in his previous online tournament here.
Yes.
So if he can simply do better than that, then that is an achievement. And so far, it's looking pretty good. So yeah, looks to have a clear advantage. Let's drop back to Praggnanandhaa against Carlsen. Let's see how things have developed.
Okay, a lot happened here. So let's go back. Knight d7, castles. We're predicting really well, I have to say. Castles as well. Takes, and d4. This is precisely how I think it's very good to play for white. So I would have done something similar to that. But it seems like Carlsen, by fortifying e5, is actually holding the position. And now, as I said that, he just trades down. I still prefer white. With white to move. Knight b3 is a pending threat, but our king is safer. We have a bishop instead of a knight, or rather against a knight. And our piece layout seems to be just more active overall.
Yeah, I hear you.
Ish.
I think I think black is okay. It's my feeling. I mean, this knight, for example, I mean, obviously there's a threat of knight b3, but I'm sort of disregarding that. The knight could come back to e6. And if that queen can be forced away from the long diagonal, I like to play the queen to f6.
Yep.
And actually the pawn on b2 is potentially a target. And the knight on e6 will kind of glue black structure together.
Yeah,
exactly. Now, I think it might be important that queen actually returns to c3 to prevent black's queen coming to f6. Yeah. But first things first, white has to deal with that threat of knight b3. So how we combine those things, I'm not quite sure. I mean, maybe, let's think.
I was looking at rook c3, but of course that defeats the whole idea of bringing the queen back afterwards.
Let's just show that, because after rook c3, then knight e6, and now the queen is, and if queen d2, then queen. Let's play this on the board. Then queen f6, and that is exactly what I was talking about. And I think Carlsen would be very happy there. I mean, no real weaknesses for white to attack. One needs to force through e5 very quickly, actually. But yeah, it's not ideal. And I can see that Pragg instead has played rook d1. And it's exactly that point that after...
Perhaps now you can drop back to c3 and keep this queen away.
And actually white now threatens to play e5. I think that's the key move after queen c3, that white wants to force through e5, which will bring that bishop on g3 to life. It'll open up the rook, the bishop. I mean, and indeed that's on the board. I think that's rook d1 is a really nice move from Pragg, actually.
Yeah, this pin is very annoying with d5. e5 is a very, very strong threat on its own right, but with this additional d5 pin, it's quite annoying. And I would have considered queen b8 normally to increase the b5 pressure, but I'm getting a bit nervous about queen f6.
Yes.
So perhaps it's going to be something along the lines of queen e7, keeping the queen in the vicinity of the king, and then
e5,
e5. Yeah, I guess I will have to take. But if we take, then all of a sudden the bishop becomes a very good defender as well. I don't know.
I like it. I like it for white, actually.
Yeah, the engine reckons that we are dead even, but this is where engine's evaluations tell you nothing about what's going on the board.
Well, I think, yeah, exactly. You know, we can see that basically black has some issues to solve.
Very much so, yes.
It's simply an easier position for a human to play. So yeah, Carlsen has a few difficulties there. That's really interesting. And I'm looking at the clock times. Pragg around about 5 minutes. Carlsen about 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, this is gonna go down to the wire for sure. Let's have a look quickly back to the Mamedyarov game, where a lot has happened. In fact, very much in the predicted manner. They played rook g8, they played f3, and they played bishop c8. They did not take. They played rook f1, which according to the engine was a borderline blunder. Not that I see why. Queen d6 apparently.
I think blunder is a very strong term.
Oh, actually, sorry, that bar did not drop as much as I thought. Yeah, let's just go with an inaccuracy / mistake according to the engine, but I don't really want to rely on that. And as per again discussed, we are headed for this curious endgame where the dreaded Botvinnik pawns are ready to rock and roll. And since white would have to significantly weaken the king side's defense even more in order to roll these pawns, we can say that black has a trump that white can't match.
It looks very nice, I've got to say. Sam, to me, looks like he's in control at the moment. The emphasis on at the moment.
I didn't want to look silly, Danny. I wanted to say f6 when we were discussing this e5 threat, but I thought it was such a foolish move to terribly weaken this diagonal. But again, I think if we manage to deny e5, by definition, we also deny the power of this bishop, at least for a fair while, before it gets rerouted here. But I can't help but feel that I would be very reluctant to play something like f6 with black here. What's your take on it?
Well, if there's no tactic on the a2 g8 diagonal, then I think it's okay, actually. I mean, you know, after f3 and bishop f2, the dark square bishop is nothing to write home about anyway. So I'm just wondering whether Pragg is going to lash out here.
You mean e5 or f4?
No, I meant f4, actually. F4. I mean, e5 also very interesting. I guess he's probably weighing up one of these moves. You know, how is f4 here?
Yeah, I like f4, by the way. If you want fight, then that's the move to go for. e5 is more tame. I reckon this is the real test of the pudding here.
It's an upsetter basically, because suddenly
that king is not a happy camper.
That's looking very pleasant indeed for white. And yeah, I always have this thing about split rooks, and I can see black split rooks here. They're not working well together. That rook on b6.
I never heard that expression, then it's split rooks, but I really like it. It's going to enter my chess coaching
split rooks TM
dictionary.
No, I use it a lot, and actually you see it so often in positions. It's one of those things where if the rooks aren't coordinated, that can be the only thing wrong with one side's army, and actually it can have a massive effect. And I think that's actually a very good example.
Oh yeah, it is great. Actually, I will put it on the board one more time, because I reckon that this is a brilliant example of that this rook is just out of the fight entirely for the purpose of being a defender of the king side. Perhaps rook b5, swing across, but even this feels slow, not to mention, see, that's the wayward rook. I go here, bang, and it's over.
Yeah, and white, I think the point is, before everyone says, well, hang on, white's rooks aren't working together. Well, they will very quickly.
No, they do. Yeah, sorry, I didn't complete your beautiful idea, which of course is that we unite the rooks on the f file and pile up on the weakness. And
f4 played. And Carlsen very quickly met the move with queen e7. Yeah, that's correct. Of course, he needs to maintain his structure. I mean, we weren't suggesting that g takes f4 was the best move.
No. We knew that wasn't going to happen, but that was the way to model the idea.
Yeah. And now the question is, can Pragg get really frisky and blow things up with e5, or is this premature? I mean, it's the first move I would think of.
E5, they can.
Yeah, you want to then take on d6. I'm not sure.
Take on d6, yeah.
Because I don't want to block things with f5.
Yes, certainly not. Yes, because that would then make the bishop again dead entirely. I think it's worth showing.
Interesting. He's gone b4 actually to cover the c5 square.
Wow,
very interesting. So
wow. This is now getting very exciting, Danny, because time is ticking away from both players and the position is becoming increasingly more complex, which is definitely the reverse of what you would want. as your time is melting away, you would want simplifications, but no, it's getting complicated. This is going to be rough for the world champ.
Okay, let's stick with this one for the time being. I feel we should concentrate our minds just on one game as time is just trickling away. I think we're going to see a lot of action here. Got all the major pieces on the board. We've got both kings, actually, not just black's king, but actually both kings just a little bit drafty. Even Pragg's, now only has 2 pawns around it. Magnus getting down to the 1 minute mark here. He likes a safe king. We all like a safe king.
Oh, yes. I wonder if he's going to drop back to resolve at least one of his many problems, which would be to unite the rooks, but it feels so passive.
No, he might have to do it. I mean, I'm wondering whether... No, maybe too much. Oh, he's well done. He's played rook b8. Excellent.
Yeah.
There we go. He understands the concept.
Yeah, clearly, he's a good student of yours.
Combine the rooks. Okay, now
e5 is stronger though, right? Because the rook is no longer monitoring d6.
Well, let's see. The thing is, I was concerned that after e5, f takes e5, and now with the rook on b8 defending.
Oh yeah, we will start trading the big boys. Yeah.
Yeah, and then probably not so bad for black actually. That's my only thought, but it's still an option.
Yeah,
e5 is definitely an option here.
Could I also try to re-target something with the rook and then introduce f5 into the equation?
Okay.
Because it's debatable how good this rook is on the d file. In fact, either rook move, I think, has merit.
He's gone f5. Now, F5.
Wow.
Well,
okay.
He needs a good follow-up because, you know,
so this is a problem, yeah?
It feels funny that, you know, somehow that bishop on G3 isn't sort of working so hard now.
Yeah, I didn't like this. I don't know if Magnus had here a way to simplify, but I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but Rook C1 felt like a better way to prepare things. But who am I to argue with Pragg, who went Rook D4, so now he wants to come here.
Well, maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe he's just going to pile up on the C-pawn.
But it feels to me that Magnus will have enough. Because in the end, when we take this is going to hang too.
Let's have a look. Rook C4 on the board. I mean, from Magnus's point of view, at least he can say that, you know, his king is more secure now. That Black's, you know, he's going to feel a lot happier with that king now that the king side is closed a little bit.
That's it. That's the counterpunch I told you. See that now he doesn't defend C7 anymore and goes for the B4 pawn. And now we are looking to do mass simplifications and trades on C7. And once B4 is captured, the rook hits E4. He's not going to lose that.
Yeah, actually, I can see this trading down to a draw.
Yeah, I can see this fizzling out into a draw now with masses of trades on C7, and then there is simply not enough wood left on the board.
Very specifically, the variation Rook C7, Rook C7.
Played out. Rook takes, Rook takes, Queen takes, Queen takes, Rook takes, and
Rook takes Rook before. Now Rook E7. Rook E7.
Yeah, Rook E7, perhaps 95, but that might actually. Oh, you want to go here?
Yeah, exactly. This is the point, and actually.
Yeah, just go 95.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this is going to end in a draw, basically.
Yeah, if this follows this move order that we just played out on the board, then it will. And I don't know if we're getting a wrong intel or what's happening, but Pragg's time has just run down. So maybe they agreed on a draw, or
don't know. Let's have a little look at let's look at their cameras.
Oh, sorry, I went back way too much. No, he played H4, Danny. Sorry, false alarm. Our board wasn't updating.
He's still trying to get some attack. Now if he takes on C7.
I still think, Danny, it's the same story. I take B4, I take E4. You get to take on F6, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
Okay, this has happened. Rook C7.
Yeah, I think it's just take, Rook B4. Bishop F6, Rook E4 offers draw. Which, by the way, is not too shabby at all.
From Pragg's viewpoint, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he had the upper hand throughout, and Magnus had to showcase his defending prowess to stay in the game, or to, you know, at least draw it without too many dramas.
Yeah, but I just wonder whether that decision to play
F5, you mean? Yeah, I am feeling that was hasty. That's my take too, but I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to fizzle. Maybe we should switch from that one. Let's go back to Shaq. Sam,
hello.
Amazing.
What happened here? That pawn is out of control. What? We left this game at King B6 about here. And then Shaq made the magic happen. B4 looks very good. Rook E5, F6, Rook back. That's bold. That's very bold. And now Rook E6 becomes an issue. And this was apparently a terrible mistake because it allows the queen to come to the E file and create a passed E pawn. Wow. What a turnaround. And then B3. Look at that. Entirely immobilizing the queenside pawn mass.
I suspect B3 was something that Sam had underestimated. Actually, that's a rather brilliant move.
Yeah, this is fantastic. And now all he needs to do is push, force the queen to take, and then the other pawn goes in. And I suspect that's... Oh, no, actually, we even accelerated the center pawns. And now, by the time I catch up, it's going to probably be going into a most chaotic ending. Actually, let's watch this, Danny. We get a new queen on the board. But now the pawns are rolling in. Is there a mate? I mean, it doesn't really help that Sam has no time left on the clock, right?
I mean, Queen E3 is game over.
Oh, yes, because B3 is getting... So, yes, the answer to my question was that, yes, there is a mate, sir. Quite simple one, too. So, King B2, Queen takes here and mate. Matutski, as good old Morris Ashley would say. That was a bit of a drama.
Got done over.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Let's go back to
Mishra.
Let's go back to Prague.
What happened? Oh my God, he won a piece. Oh my, what? What happened? We missed the show. No.
Magnus just won it. 94. 94. Shocker.
My word.
Absolute
Carlsen
shocker.
throws away like any knight move.
90,
I reckon is
looks okay.
Knight here, knight here, knight even here.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, also just to add to the drama, Mishra got mated in an endgame, which I thought was clearly better for him. He had this endgame, which I thought was better for black, but the engine disagrees and claims it to be equal. And he went on to lose this. But I will go back to the real drama because this is unbelievable. Magnus Carlsen blunders a piece like that. Wowzers.
I mean, you know, you can say he was short of time, but frankly, you know, it's such a simple tactic that Magnus is going to be absolutely steaming after that. I mean,
oh yeah, I regret that
we
were not watching this, and actually would have been good to see his camera because boy, he was not gonna be a happy camper seeing this. Things would have been flying in that room, I guess.
We've got 3 games still remaining. Let's go to Eric Hansen against Judit.
Bear with me for a second. I'm bringing it to you right there. This looks like a done deal.
Should be simple win for white here.
Yeah, actually, what else is happening here? Gawain Jones is still fighting against Tariarian, which I suspect is going to be a perpetual check.
Looks like it, yeah.
Especially given the very limited time for black, so it's going to be checked. Then back to b4, take on a4. That is going to be likely a draw, and
we have Hare Krishna.
We also have Hare Krishna, which is a game we haven't spoken about at all, and this is now a pawn down ending. But all pawns on the one side, so that should be a good news for the knight. Nonetheless, a difficult defense. What goes for Harry is the fact that Niels has got no time whatsoever. 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, tricky. Well,
check. I guess we pull back.
Yeah, and put the bishop on f4. Yeah, exactly.
Yep,
okay.
Yep. f5 is going to come at one point. Perhaps now.
Yeah, got to watch out for knight c5y stuff. Yeah, I think that's... Oh, okay, they've just agreed to draw. I mean, maybe Niels felt it was just a bit too thin, a bit too tricky. I mean, it should be a draw, but I mean, frankly, you know, black should be trying to press that one. But
yeah, but with such limited time, I think he decided to call it a day and, you know, get ready for the next round. So that leaves us with Chessbra, the legendary streamer from Canada, pulling the tactics. Look at that. And now there are 2 pass pawns on the board. The bishop should not be able to handle that. A simple king up, pawn e5 is going to disconnect the bishop from the pawn. This is going to be over very soon. Well done to Eric. I mean, you know, he's clearly showing that streaming chess is still a way to keep you sharp and very much in good form.
Well, he needs that because he didn't have the best first day.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, this is obviously resignable. So let me just give the scores. I should probably just wait for this one to finish. I should be I should show some decency here.
Yeah, I think Eric just announced his dirty intention of just walking across and just sack.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Then I can.
Yeah, we're done. We're
the
done.
Scores after 5 rounds. We have Wei Yi is still out in front. He only drew actually against Ding Liren. We didn't really catch up with that one. It looked,
it looked like a rather dull Catalan that went into an opposite colored bishop ending. Nothing exciting there.
So we have Wei Yi on 11 out of 15. And we have, sorry, just for a moment, I lost my connection there. We have Ding Liren and Anish Giri on 9. Praggnanandhaa, David Anton, Magnus Carlsen on 8. Sam the Man on 7, Eric Hansen on 7. Those are the top 8. So still obviously very, very tight. At the bottom, I'm afraid I have to say Garvin Jones, my compatriot.
Yeah.
Poor guy on 2. So he's struggling a bit. I do hope he manages to bounce back. He's a very, very enterprising player. We've just to let everyone know that rounds begin on the hour. So we have 10 minutes to go until the next games begin on the hour. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break for 5 minutes. We'll be back very soon, and do join us. Lots more coming your way.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I'm the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aimchess. Hello? Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average? What? So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aimchess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just... Come on. Literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. Alright? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Ah! Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move, this d takes e4, the d takes e5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Round 6 of the Chessable Masters is about to begin. And speaking of Chessable, in fact, my co-commentator today, Andras Toth, is Chessable Author of the Year 2021. I didn't realize that. That's fantastic, Andras.
Thank you so much. Indeed, it was a very, very big accomplishment. As far as I'm concerned, it's probably the greatest thing I have ever accomplished in my chess career, I would say. Especially considering, that Chessable in general has an incredible field of authors, and you would know that, Danny, because you are part of the crew as well. But if you look through the nominees for each categories. I mean, it was just world champion after world champion after world champion candidate, you know, Judit Polgar, like everybody was just on that list. So it's a very, very humbling and at the same time, a very, very much cherished reward that I think I will remember for the rest of my life. And, you know, it encourages me as a Chessable author to keep on thriving and trying to bring even better quality content to the table. And we'll see how I go with that. I currently am working on a beginner D4 repertoire for white. We have already released the beginner E4, and then after that we'll follow 2 black courses, one E4 E5 and one D4 D5, completing this magical square. And now that I spoke so much about my chessable journey, Danny, what are you up to in this?
No, I wanted to ask, what is your bestseller? What is
my bestseller, Danny, is my very first course, Chess Principles Reloaded Center. The Chess Principles Reloaded series is a trilogy, and the first installment of the trilogy is the Center, which is my most popular course in terms of reviews, positive reviews, but also in terms of number of students.
Okay, very interesting. Okay, good stuff. And as you say, you're at the moment you're plotting this a beginner's repertoire with D4.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah. Wow, I can see this whole gallery of players in front of me. That's exciting. I do love it when we get that picture, actually. That's fantastic.
yeah. It's good to see them, right?
Carlsen looking a bit fed up after his loss against Praggnanandhaa in the previous round. Yeah, that's a bit of a shocker. But of course, he's still in the top half of the tournament. But yeah, anticipation on faces, on our 16 faces there. It's a lovely mosaic. I do like that. That's a great shot.
If you don't look a little bit tense, you are probably not participating in this tournament, right?
Yeah. Who's got the most interesting background there? I'm just looking. We've got quite a few blank walls. I'm afraid, frankly, I'm a bit disappointed. They could do better.
I like your background, Danny. I'm going to nominate you to be involved in the next leg.
Thank you. Yeah.
Especially when the guitar is there, by the way, just for the record. I love the guitar in the background.
Yeah, I've ditched the guitar for today because the problem is it kind of, you know, it begs the question. Everyone goes, yeah, okay, so give us a tune. So I'm afraid that the guitar's just been thrown out.
But surely, Danny, you can give us more than just a tune. You would be like killing it, yeah?
No, definitely not. So that's why the guitar has been not thrown out, but removed. So yeah, I can reach for a book from the bookcase, but that's as funky as it's going to get.
Tell me, Danny, what is on that bookcase other than chess books? Is there anything else that you would be proud of, or it's mostly a chess bookcase?
This is my office, so that's basically
right.
It's chess. No other books in other parts of the house, but
fair enough.
This is just actually that's only a very small selection. You can't see it, but to my right it's all bookshelves and more books. So,
wow, how many chess books would you say do you own, Danny?
Absolutely no idea. I don't know. 100.
Can you give us a ballpark at least?
No, I can't. Seriously, I have no idea. But all I can say is I'm covered. I've got piles of them that don't even have space. I don't have book space on the shelf for them.
Yep. We are talking so excitedly that we're missing out on action apparently. Yeah. Yep.
We need to get some moves. I was waiting for some action on the boards. Hang on. We've actually we're waiting for them, but in fact they had been moving, but we just didn't have it on our board. So
no, it's completely on me, Danny. I wanted to finish the book story. So Slav, or rather a Catalan mix Slav in Magnus Carlsen's game. which is now turning back into a normal-looking Slav with a g3 thrown in. No problems for black as far as I can remember from my Slav studies there.
Yeah, but this is, I mean, feels quite nice for, I mean, you know, I'm speaking from a position of ignorance. However, you know, I would take white every time. You've got to love that bishop on b3.
Oh, yes, that boy doesn't have a counterpart in the black army for sure. Yeah, that's definitely very, very true. What other excitement did we miss? Luckily, not much at the moment.
I'm intrigued by the heavyweight contest between Anish Giri and Ding Liren.
Actually, Anish is one of the very few people we haven't mentioned, I believe, today at Danny. So let's not forget our Dutch friend, who is also a fellow Chessable author. I was thinking, by the way, how many Chessable authors are in the field? We have got Mishra, we have got Sam Shankland, we have got Anish Giri, and we have got Gawain Jones, and I believe that's it. But that's still quite impressive.
Yeah, and I should mention that Gawain has just brought out his second volume of
On the King's Indian?
On the King's Indian, and you know, he is, you know, a lifelong devotee of the King's Indian, and I know the first course went down extremely well. That is definitely worth taking a look at. And yeah, volume 2 just being released for all the King's Indian fans out there. Just coming, let's go from the top in Giri against Ding Liren.
Yep, sorry, I'm right on it. So this had to be a Queen's Gambit declined. We have got the very thematic Carlsbad structure, but I'm going to quickly go through from the beginning. Indeed, this is an exchange Queen's Gambit declined with the knight on e2, which is supposedly a better way to play than the knight on f3. But I do think that this is still very close to equal with the stock standard plans being played out. I don't know about knight f8 when h6 is played. I'm not an expert of this opening by any means. I suppose it's going to come to e6, g5, e4.
Okay. Yeah, you steamrolled over some real subtleties in move order there, Andras.
Oh, please, by all means, let's fill the gaps, Danny, please.
You see, I love the Queen's Gambit declined for black. This is great stuff. Well, just going back one move, if we could, or even a few moves, because this move h6, you know, a couple of decades ago, this move was actually frowned upon. Now this is absolutely the standard way for black to play this. Because if we just go a little bit forward, and castles, queen c2. Previously, basically black played instead of h6, knight rook e8, knight d7 to f8,
and then g6,
and left the pawn on h7. But it's been realized that actually it's possible to play with h6. If we just go a little bit further on, and the whole point is that this plan with knight h5, I mean, this is why the pawn is played to h6. Obviously, the h7 pawn isn't on prise, and this plan has really come to the fore for black. And it's really, you know, these big guys have realized that this is actually very playable for black. Very interesting that Giri hasn't gone for the classic minority attack on the queen side with b4, and indeed, you know, it's been shown that black can defend against this very well just by playing with knight b6 actually. But he's gone for rook e1, which is very aggressive. Michael Adams has played the black side of this system absolutely beautifully. Let's just go on a little bit further. I mean, normally black is okay here because actually, you know, that knight pops out on e6 and looks at the d4 and crucially f4 squares. c5, very nice counter from Ding. Before Giri is able to sort of roll up with e4 in the middle.
I think he was just about to pull the trigger, right? So c5 couldn't have been better timed.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, c5 is a very, very nice move. to put some pressure on the d4 square. And yeah, I mean, frankly, this plan with knight e2 to c1, well, I mean, you know, I've seen some great games with play, as I said, by Michael Adams with playing with black, and you know, he's shown that this isn't such a big deal for white at all. So yeah, I mean, I'm as I said, I love playing the Queen's Gambit decline with black. For me, this is real proper classical chess.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to figure out what white should do here, but I'm not necessarily coming up with anything spectacular.
Okay, he's played bishop b5.
I was about to say maybe bishop b5, but I don't see the response to bishop d7. Oh no, rook d8. What was wrong with bishop d7 here? I don't know. Okay,
I don't think a great deal.
No, probably it's just a matter of taste, if anything. By the way, speaking of opening trends, what was the Tari-Arian game opening here?
Oh,
was
this
it
is
Italian.
This very trendy gambit in the gioco piano.
That's what I meant. That's what I thought it was. That this gambit has become a new thing here too, with this d5 and then bishop f4 and just sacking a pawn, but keeping the two bishops and keeping black on the back foot for a fair while. Very interesting stuff. I would expect here some fireworks, but I will go back to your beloved.
Sorry, let me. Oh, okay. We might come back to that board because actually there's some really interesting stuff in that gioco piano. That gambit is very, very trendy. We'll return to it. We'll stick on Giri Dingliren for a moment. Let's see. So queen has come to b6. It's looking at the e3 pawn, and yeah, I mean, looks like a nice square b6. Looking at the bishop on b5. Looking at the really important d4 and e3 squares. Now,
I suppose rook d1 followed by knight d4 is the plan here to blockade the isolated pawn as per Nimzovich taught us to do so. Bishop d7. I guess
well, he's got to do that, basically. He's got to do that.
Yeah, I think this is going to fizzle into a draw. I could be wrong, but that's my feeling for this game.
Can we go back to Tari against Anton, because let's talk about that gioco piano.
Certainly, let's do that.
Let's just go back a couple of moves because and explain what the big deal is. Instead of knight d2, so this is an absolutely standard position where bishop d2 is an ancient move. And after this, d5 takes, and basically black has equalized. Yeah, and
there's a very famous draw variation here that has been played 5 million times in prearranged games.
And then instead of bishop d2, there's knight c3.
There is knight c3, which was the big gambit in the pre-Steinitz era. In fact, during Steinitz as well.
Yeah. And then
knight e4 castles, bishop takes c3, d5. Actually, the game looks quite similar to this. Bishop f6, rook e1, knight e7, rook e4, and so on and so forth. Very big theoretical line.
Yeah, but basically fine for black.
Yes, that's right. And I would say that what is currently on the board tries to be an improvement on this line. Would you agree with that, Danny? Is that the right way to describe this?
To say that it's an improvement maybe is or an attempt.
An attempt.
I think it's known that, you know, if you stick this through an engine, it still thinks the black is fine. However, it's something just a bit different. And basically white is just playing with the two bishops and a space advantage for the pawn. And, you know, it's a very modern way of playing, really. You know, you can see that black's position, well, there aren't really any weaknesses there. But white certainly has compensation with this space advantage and the bishops. And this line has become very trendy over the past couple of months, actually. There was a fantastic game that Jordan van Foreest won. Now, who's it against? Can't think who is it against. Absolutely beautiful kingside attack with castles queenside.
I was about to say, Danny, are we castling here?
Yeah.
I would in a heartbeat. Bang.
Just do it. Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah, and fun is good.
Yeah. This is one of the big ideas, to use that space and then launch the pawns on the kingside.
Yep.
But you don't have
G4, G5.
One can just castle kingside as well, and just put the rook on c1, put the rooks in the middle. It's all you just use the space. It's definite compensation basically, and I think for rapid play, I think very suitable.
Absolutely, very much so indeed. Like, this is very time consuming to try to come up with the goods against such play. Well, apparently, Danny, when you don't have pawns, you have open files. So I think that's something that we learned from the AI, in recent years, that pawns are in the way of pieces. Okay. Giri Dingleren is still following this IQP structure where d5 is marginally weaker than e3, but I still insist on this fizzling out into something less exciting.
Two big beasts, they're going to cancel each other out here.
I dare say that is going to be on the agenda. A very quick glance, Danny, at this absolutely chaotic Grünfeld, where Chessbra decided to castle queenside. Now, that's not something you see every day in a Grünfeld.
Absolutely not. So he obviously got a bit worried about this H-pawn zipping down the board. I mean, a very unusual position with white playing fianchetto.
Actually, I think it was an English initially.
Yeah.
Yes, it was an English move order. Yes. So this is a bit of an anti-Grünfeld, in fact, in some ways, that Wei Yi is playing here. And I have no idea what's going on, other than a fancy, fun position.
I would take white every single time here.
Yeah, I would too, actually. This central pawn formation is entirely uncontested. And that's actually, that would be my biggest concern with black.
Well, I mean, it's it's time to launch the other rook's pawn down the board.
Yes, exactly. So now Harry has already done the damage. I don't remember what the Ginger GM calls the A pawn, but I think it's just Ari.
Ari, exactly. Ari.
Yeah. So Ari needs to be employed now, and then the symmetry is going to be restored as far as the side pawns are concerned.
I mean, this knight on F3 might have to spin round to B3 or something. At some moment.
C4 even.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I think black is thinking about doing something like knight a5, trying to tickle the dark squares. But Eric just contradicts me very quickly with e6. I mean, that creates a bit of a connection between the queen and the rest of the seventh rank. And then actually, no, wait, was a6 played? Yes, it was played. And bishop f6.
That feels nice. I mean, it gives white the option to throw in e5 sometimes as well, and just there could be e5 and maybe knight g5, spinning back to e4. But again, I come back to this move, knight d2 as well. But I mean, e5 can be, that's a potential option. Okay, here, spin the knight back to d2. Basically, I would imagine.
Yeah, immediately cancel out the knight on a5 and take it from there
on e4. Look, feels right, doesn't it? I mean, I like that pawn on h6. Looks really nice as a long-term asset.
What's e5 like, Danny? What do you think?
Yeah, bishop back to e7.
Yeah, no, knight d2 is the more conservative approach, keeping the structure intact, not offering any weaknesses.
But also, it gives him the option to play actually queen f3 in this position, and something that could be rather embarrassing. At some moment, if f7 is vulnerable, we'll bear it in mind,
Yeah. It's definitely a good one to fall back onto on a rainy day.
But the bishop on f6 is basically loose. Loose pieces drop off, as we know.
Yeah. I never quite understood how that became a acronym, by the way, because usually things become acronyms when they make sense as an acronym, but LPDO is just so random, right? And yet every chess player seems to know LPDO like it was some most magical word, jokes on words, or I don't even know what to call it. But yeah, I've always been fascinated by that.
It's John Nunn coined it.
Indeed, yes. Which is another reason why I expected it to be far more creative. But, you know, I don't want to discredit John Nunn for that. And once again, every chess player knows it. And what could be a greater credit than that?
Yeah, you just wanted something a bit snappier.
Yeah, I thought, you know, like when people create, you know, these abbreviations, they tend to make it so that they somehow make sense as the new word. Let's go back to the Tari game because...
Oh, sorry, just very quickly. Are you...
Yep.
Just coming back, because, I mean, E5 obviously changes the nature of the position. Countering in the middle. Golly, White has such attractive options in this position.
Yeah, D5 looks like $1 million to me. Even your Queen F6 is still very cheeky. Queen F3, excuse me.
Yeah, looking at F6, yeah.
Yes, that was a Freudian slip already.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Talking out the target rather than the destination of my piece. Yeah, this looks very, very good for White. Like D5 seems to kill 2 bishops, right?
Well, I mean, the bishop on F6 is going to come back to E7 anyway.
True.
It's whether Black can somehow organize some kind of defense with bishop A6, or, you know, and I mean, it feels very thin.
Yeah, now you mentioned it, after D5, bishop E7, I was actually looking to play Queen E2 with the idea of knight B3.
Yes. Yeah.
So then denying knight C4 altogether could be a thing. And indeed, he did play D5, so that's on the board already.
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, you know, one could simply play C4 after bishop E7, just simply C4 and C5. I mean, it's such a natural attacking position for White.
Yeah, this is not looking pretty for the Canadian. That is for sure. All right. Is it time, Danny, to have a look at that gambit? I'm going to call it. So what happened here was that after knight F6, we went bishop G5, trying to maintain the momentum of the attack. Knight F5, Queen F4. And that's a sneaky one. I like that. That's a sneaky. Because what it does is it wants to give a check. And then there will be some disconnect issues, because if bishop blocks F5 is going to be on. Yep, check. And King F8. He says, no worries whatsoever. No whackers, as we like to say it in Australia. And he just walks the king across and castles by hand. In fact, he played G5 and then the king walks to G7. Is it fizzling out, or do we still have a bit of a momentum going on after Queen C4?
Yeah, it depends whether the Queen C4 is a big deal or not. The problem after Queen C4 is that A6 is coming.
Ouch. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. I have to say, I'm not completely convinced by the way that Tari has played this, actually, because you know, the king is going to be safe on G7. I mean, I think
this whole bishop G5 shenanigan sort of forced his hand to enter this complication. I would have liked the cleaner castles and just be happy with, you know, bringing your dudes, all of them, to the party and just have fun.
Yeah, it looks a little bit strange to me, because if you give up your lovely bishop pair, you know, you need something good for it.
Yeah, especially giving up the dark squared bishop, which is the better of the two.
So I'm not completely convinced by what we have on the board.
Yeah, no, I lost a little bit of excitement. That being said, Danny, after Queen C4, A6, I can still drop back because B5 is met by Queen C6.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing to write home about for sure. And Queen A4 is also falling in that category. I mean, at least now White is denying Black's development to some degree, but casual King G7, eventually A6, Rook B8 is going to deal with this pesky bishop, I reckon.
it doesn't.
It feels like white is lacking a target, something that I could home in on. Although, now that I just said it, rook c1 is
Okay,
coming
well,
next.
Let's start with the obvious move, a6.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna ignore that, and I will go here.
Okay, now, queen d8. Okay, full-scale retreat. What's happening here? Okay, and now bishop d3. Yeah, actually, you know, white still has something here.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Once I take this dark squares might become a bit loose.
So clear, actually. Well, maybe we're doing him, Arian, a disservice here, because there's still a little something after queen a4.
Yeah, there are still problems to solve. This is where,
It feels
again,
a bit weird giving up that bishop, but
yeah,
it's not. Black maybe needs a good move here.
You know what I find interesting about this whole shebang, Danny, is the fact that it's actually white who is down on the clock, which you wouldn't think is the natural course of action in such gambits, where black is the side who needs to problem solve. That's something that I think is worthy of mentioning. By the way, where Yi played your c4, just very quickly, I will glance back here to the where Yi game, where we played knight d2, and then we followed it with the instant c4. Mind you, this move is far more attractive against king b8 than against bishop e7, because now we immediately threaten with c5, which Eric decided to counter with playing c5 himself.
Oh my word, this is a horrible position for black. Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Because white, I mean, just has a very simple plan here of, well, for example, queen c2, rook over a4, knight b3. You're going to just chip away at these pawns. It's a disgusting position. I mean, you can play it in so many different ways. This is absolutely horrible. You know, you can also just play queen c2, double rooks on the b file. There are already some
tactics based on take, you name it.
Yeah.
Eric is hoping to trade the dark squared bishops on g5, which would be a positional accomplishment, but I just feel like he's way too late to this party.
Frankly,
I think rook b5, with bishop c5 is already a.
It really doesn't change much at all. I mean, it's highly unpleasant. And if all else fails, you play for f4 as well, and do it on the f file. I mean, seriously, it's a horrible position.
Yeah, this is when we say that black is lost in every segment of the board: king side, queen side, center.
Listen, can we zip to Sam Shankland against Jordan van Foreest? Because
the board is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. What on earth is going on here? Wow, what am I looking at? It's like every single white piece is hanging. This is actually just resign worthy right here, right now, isn't it? What do we even do? And how did we get into this mess?
It's a reasonable question to ask.
Okay, let's have a look. So Queen's Gambit accepted, main line. And then this got wild with this e4, b5, e5 counterpunch business. Now, this structure is very typical in Semislav Meran setups, and I don't mind this for black for the time being. The Kramnik Anand World Championship match featured similar positions in character, at least. And I still like white. I don't know, Danny, what you think, but I still don't mind white here at all.
I suspect Sam missed a tactic somewhere around about there, because with that bishop on d5, you know, black looks very happy here. I suspect
that is certain. That is certain that there is
in those complications. You know, he wouldn't want to end up with this position. He's obviously absolutely fine for black now.
Is this the tactic, Jimenez, that now this bishop is just free to move anywhere and then d2 is going to be difficult to guard? I dare say. And apparently this was a blunder, king g7. So I suspect that d2 was already capturable. Ah, I get it. So the idea was that if bishop d2, rook d2, rook d2, then there is check that picks off the piece in the end.
Okay, so how did the game go? King g7?
He went king g7, which apparently was a mistake, and then rook c7 counter blunder. And e5 disconnected the rook and defended the pawn on f7. That is a really cool motive. This move shuts one very important diagonal down and opens up another. That's really cool. And then he had the second. I think this is going to be all she wrote. Once black defends f7, white's attack is going to run out of steam.
Okay, so what are we saying here? Are we just saying something simple like queen f8, or maybe even queen g8? I don't know.
Yeah, either or. I think queen f8 is good enough.
Queen f8.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm covering this diagonal. So no, this is his Hail Mary move, really. And I think once f7 is covered, it's all over.
Yeah, should be. Because then black's rook can come to e8. And
yes, we can just start trading off those big boys.
Well, but Jordan needs he's dotting the I's and crossing the T's. He's getting the details right. He's got time. He's got 4 minutes.
I do see now, Danny, why you said queen g8 instead of f8. I guess that you didn't like the look of bishop d6.
Oh, I had no idea that was why.
You should have just taken it like, yeah, totally. Then again, by the way,
I don't think that's really... Well, interesting. The eval bar seems to dislike queen f8.
Indeed. What is happening?
That's
hard. Is there some this tactic? Yes. Yes.
Fine.
Gotcha. Okay, but then what difference does it make if we go to g8, which is apparently the winning move? By the way, so Kudo. Oh, Matutsky.
Yes.
So if bishop e5, wait, how do we do this? Because if king here, oh, and there is no check on it. Yeah, just drop back. There is no check on h6 because this is there.
Okay, that's interesting. Queen g8. How funny.
Queen g8, king f8, winning maneuver. Wowzers, that was awesome.
That's the kind of thing he's thinking through.
Yeah, so I think I was a little bit too cocky here.
He played queen g8.
Yep, he did. He must have noticed bishop e5. And now Sam is burying his head in his hands, realizing that, yeah, this is not looking pretty.
Well, let me have a look at it. Oh, yeah. Let me have a look at the cam. Sam the man could be in a little bit of trouble here. Well, a lot of trouble. Let me just check his points. Yeah, he's on 7 out of 15 at the moment. He's in 7th, but a loss will not be good. Okay, let's bounce to how are we doing? How's Magnus doing? Let's catch up.
I was about to say that. Let's have a look at Magnus. By the way, the Anish game has already petered out into a draw as per predicted. So there is not a lot to report on that front. On the other hand, this game is quite living up to the expectation, where the young man is definitely bringing the fight to Maggie. Although I am concerned about that passer on h5. That does not look like good news to black.
Yeah, but I mean, black is very well coordinated, I have to say.
Yeah. It looks very sturdy. King is safe. Knight on d5 is a boss.
I mean, yes, white is better, but not so simple, this one at all. I mean, white, just for a moment, bishop on e1 is a little bit misplaced.
Yeah, perhaps it's time to bring said customer into the game.
Okay, then, I'll play rook h8.
Yep.
Game on. This is absolutely not simple for Magnus.
Actually, you know what I quite like here for white? Bishop here, you go rook h8, I will go bishop here.
Okay.
Then I will cement in this pawn here, and then I will cement the bishop in with the other pawn.
Very reasonable.
And then I feel like I managed to establish some kind of a foothold. Still nothing fancy. And don't forget that once this bishop gets outside there, I have no control over squares like this one. So knight e3 might become an issue.
Watch out. There's a check on f5, by the way.
Oh, so don't get too cute with this bishop g5 idea is what you're saying to me.
Bishop h4, h8, bishop g5. Watch out for queen f5.
Yep.
No, I agree with you. Of course, if that you could cement it in there, but so this is still tricky. I'm not surprised Magnus is having a big think here. Not so simple actually.
Yeah, no, I actually don't know. I would probably pick white here, but I would not feel confident at all.
I'm just trying to think, how he does get. I mean, rook h8 it looks like it's the move anyway. So, if we could play the bishop back to c2 and come to g6, but then knight e3 is happening. So it's actually very tricky. I mean, do you just play bishop f2 to cover?
I was about to say that maybe bishop f2, and then bishop back, and then put the rook. But this looks very slow.
And also, black does have the opportunity to throw in knight e3 anyway, and just offer that pawn to maybe trade down sometimes.
Opposite colored bishops are, and even this is hanging.
Well, if we can pick up the pawn on h5, obviously with queen.
You would want that guy, not that guy.
Yeah. So it's hard to control this.
Yeah, I agree with you. He played bishop d2 actually.
Okay.
But by the way, in the meantime, Eric lost to Wei Yi, whose queenside attack just crashed through exactly how you predicted. Do you want me to bring it up, or we'll just stay with Magnus?
Let's see it. I want to see it because Wei, like I said, I would like Wei Yi to come good in this tournament.
I think he's en route to do so, sir. So queen a4 was played, doubled up on the b file. Like he just used exactly the tools that you wanted him to use. Queen d6, bishop h3, optimizing all pieces, and then just goes in for the kill with b4. And after a6, there was this cute take on c5. They took the rook, we take the queen. They took the queen, we took the rook. And in the end, it just all fell apart. And the two pawns decided the game. A few more moves were played, and then Eric threw in the towel. That's all there was. And look at this, Danny. How amazingly you predicted this knight e3. Oh, okay. So he wants to check down the pawn.
That was my point.
Yeah. And then h2 is going to become rather.
H2's not. That's not important. Getting the pawn.
Oh no, h5 is for sure. Ooh, whoa, hello.
Yeah, bishop c2. Yeah, absolutely. He needs to keep the pawn on h5 instead of taking on e3. But now the question is, can that pawn on e3 be held? And is that the issue? So, for example, rook e8 or queen e7, one of these moves. I mean, I'd prefer to put things on dark squares. So, let's play queen e7.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Can I just be excited and push this all the way down to h7?
Yeah, this is what needs to be considered. Yeah.
Engine dislikes it, but I insist because this is the human move.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It feels scary. I don't know if
this
we
is dicey.
After queen e7 h6. There's rook f8 to think about. I'm not sure. And then I potentially I've got these moves either rook f2 or e2, and maybe this move. Yeah, but wait a second. Actually, you can trade and play e2 is.
Yep. Would be good not to lose at least.
I mean, this is tricky. I'm not sure. But this is obviously a good moment. Let's go back to the actual position on the board. Oh, it's interesting. He's played bishop b6.
Bishop b6. Wow. And big dislike from the engine. Very big dislike from the engine.
Yeah, but it's not clear why. I mean, this is Okay, he's played h6.
Yeah, it certainly isn't clear to me why that was a big dislike.
Maybe it's just because there are tactics after black takes on d4. There's going to be a check and h7, and then you're threatening simply to exchange off on
take on d4. Yeah,
maybe it's to do.
But can't I fix that with c5?
Let's take a look.
I mean, what else? Yeah, c5.
Okay, you must have prepared something big here.
There is this boy coming in here, but e2 needs to be watched. Oh, wow.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yep. We totally saw that one coming. We just didn't want to spoil the party.
Indeed.
Because we don't miss tactics. And now this is a blunder according to the engine. Queen g3 check and rook takes.
Yeah, okay. Maggie did it. You know what? That's in Magnus's big think when he played bishop d2. That's when he was checking out the tactics.
It's gonna be take, bishop here.
Very nice.
That's what that is.
Yeah,
I reckon. Oh, he can even start with take here, by the way, now. So because after queen takes, we can take d8. But I reckon this is gonna be a beautiful idea of take, bishop here, rook h8, and then entombing the black rook.
Okay, that's it. But listen, Magnus, when he played bishop d2, he thought
that was a stroke of a genius here.
Well, I think, you know, he'd obviously realized that there were some nice tactics here. He thought that through really carefully.
Yeah, that was very, very nice. Wow.
Just Andras, just show the finish there, because it's a very typical finish. Let's
he actually played bishop b3, so this is the more sadistic approach, although we might still see this. So it's gonna be take, and bishop in, and the rook is entombed. I'm going to come here, and even if the king comes here, eventually it's going to run out of moves. I will be able to mow this down, and then again black king will have to choose a side, whether to give up the rook by allowing me to walk all the way there, or keeping the rook and then allowing me to eat these pawns here.
Do you know what? I think he's just going to trade queens, and I don't think he's going to sack the exchange just yet.
No, he has. He just played it.
No, he went for it. Okay.
Yep.
Fine.
Yeah, he's now playing for the crowd. And I feel good about that, because now he's displaying what we just discussed. So that's a caster moment there. Sam resigned with a rook down. You know what's interesting, Danny, is the fact that Judit is a piece up against Shak, but that's a mess, a total mess. Check this out. This is what we have in the Judit Mamedyarov game, and Judit is very short on time.
Okay, let's stick with this one because they're both under a minute. So
this looks like drama is incoming.
Yeah.
This looks like drama is incoming.
Okay, but it's winning for white.
It looks like that. It also looks like black is forced to trade queens because queen f8 check is with the mate is on. Although queen d7 technically defends the mate. So that's a possibility that will be played.
But yeah, I think that's, in fact, queen d7, the tack there, I think there are...
Maybe check and then 98.
There are some nice tactics. Yeah. I think that's too much. Yeah.
Okay, so knight b5.
Yeah, it's just, in fact, do you know what? It's just very simple for white, isn't it? You know, it's just winning.
Yeah, it's going to be mowing down now all the pawns. The king is close enough. Black doesn't have enough pawns, and the pawns they have are immobile, and that's a very important thing to note, because it means that they are incapable of trading themselves for white pawns.
Let's go to Ariane Tari against David Anton.
Oh, that's right. We left that one alone for a fair while, and boy, this looks like it's also, we just called the time of resignation. Knight takes, and black is a piece to the good.
Yeah, and
or knight d3, and then It's all over Red Rover.
Okay, so that one and
oh boy, and I have a bad news for you, Danny. Your compatriot Gawain just lost to this marvelous Rook D6 move that is untouchable due to the pin, which means it wins a queen. Ouchie.
Okay, I think we're rapidly coming to a conclusion here.
Yes.
All the games, we've got 3 games going, but yeah.
Oh, wait a tick. Hello, Blunderino. King D4, knight takes A3. Black offers draw, just when we called it a day. Ha!
Okay, huge blunder. Let's just show that. Knight takes knight.
It ain't over till it's over. So the knight is defending the knight, and it was responsible for defending the pawn as well, which is what we call in the business overloaded or an overworked piece. And that's why King D7 was such a sneaky move, and white needed to probably push the pawn, but then knight B2.
Yeah, but in this position, you know, you can just remove the
knight random, perhaps. Like
just knight D5.
Yes, and then if King C6, then A4, and it's
or bring the knight back to C3. I mean, basically, it's just winning. I think he just.
Oh, knight C3. Oh, you mean this knight? Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, he just slipped. He just slipped.
Yeah, that's a very disappointing slip, though, especially when a win is 3 points and the draw is only 1.
Okay, but it ain't over till it's over. Let's see. Black still has to be very careful here. This is still very tricky. Can Shaq hold this one? Still very tricky. You know, let's see. King E7.
Tricky though, Danny. Like, I'm thinking I would be beginning to be worried about white here. If this king, you know, like king takes king here. And I would be like, ooh. If I was white, I would start passing to and fro here.
Yeah, but what I mean is that black might be running out of moves. So I think black has to be, of course, you know, white doesn't plunge in too quickly.
So what do you do if I just go, okay, then what do you do if I just pass here to and fro, E7
well, okay,
to D7?
If black is waiting, then already I've achieved something with white.
Oh, okay, I have to give that to you for sure.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, here we go.
I mean, I take that as a draw, to be honest, but as in knight A3.
Yeah, let's see. Can we somehow disturb these pawns? Yeah, okay, it's looking like a draw, basically. Yeah, so yeah, if the king goes into C6, then king E6 will...
Yeah, that becomes alarmingly active there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tari resigned. This is going to be called a draw right away. And that Carlsen won. So we are actually following the only active game. Oh, knight C2. So he's giving it one last go. I don't exactly see the plan if I just go back, though. It's just gonna go back, right?
Looks like it. Yeah, I don't see this dance is helping really. But we'll just stick with it, and then I'll read the scores on the doors in a second. But let's see. B5. Shaq has played B5 instead of King D7.
Wow, he goes, no, matey, I'm going for a win now. He goes, are you? He says, yep.
Okay, this is fun.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. I'd much rather this than the repetition with the draw. King F4?
Well, I don't think it's going to change the assessment, but...
I don't think so either, but I would get nervous here if I was white.
Sure. Yeah.
So what's the cleanest way to not be silly for white, Danny?
Yeah, okay. Here is where I would need to stop and think, but he only has...
Exactly. I would need 10 seconds, oh, sorry, 5 minutes here. Okay, I get it. So he wants to cement it in from knight e3 and then defend the knight with the king.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
a very neat. That's a very neat and clean way. I think they are going to call it a day.
They'll hoover everything from the board first. That's their style.
F5, still not giving in.
Nope. Okay, that's because, 93 would have prevented that. So at least he's getting that in first.
Yep.
Okay, so he still needs to have a little thing.
Yeah, he still needs to run a few laps here to ensure that it's going to be a draw. Oh, does he have knight e6, f here, and and then takes, and then f2, and then check?
Nice.
That's beauty. I was sure this. Oh, actually, I don't need to because they will play it out. I think you were right about the hoover. The hoover is happening. Yep.
There we go. Okay, I can give the scores. So after, let me see, that was round 6, losing track. So we still have 2 more games today. So we have Wei Yi still out in front with 14. We have Carlsen and Anton on 11. So Magnus has bounced back after his first after his defeat in the first game. Ding Liren and Ishigiri on 10. Praggnanandhaa on 9. We got a whole stack of players on 7, so it is still very tight. But Wei Yi out in front on 14. Just a reminder to everyone, next round will take place on the hour in exactly 10 minutes. So we're going to take a short break, but we will see you back in about 5 or 6 minutes. See you soon.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aimchess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome everybody. My name is Judit Polgar, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, he takes d4, good move, this d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aimchess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Welcome back. We're heading into round 7 of the Chessable Masters. In the lead, Wei Yi with 14 out of 18. He's playing superbly. He absolutely trashed Eric Hansen in the last game. So we'll see how he gets on in the next round. I'm very excited about him. You know, he was one of the great prospects 4 or 5 years ago. He's still only 22 years old. somehow didn't quite fulfill that early promise. But let's see, is he going to make a big breakthrough in this tournament? He's facing Shankland Mamedyarov in the next game. He plays black. That's going to be a big test for him. So I'm excited about that game. Andras, have you got a particular game in mind that you're interested in?
Yeah, the one that you just highlighted, Dennis. So I am putting it right away on the board.
Good.
And this time around, I'm promising that I will not miss the first moves because of my excitement over your chess library. But I wanted to add to that story, by the way, Danny, in this last minute we have before kickoff, that I have a student here in Canberra who I genuinely believe has the largest chess book collection on the Southern Hemisphere. If I don't count actual chess book store owners, which we do have. Like Sydney used to have one of the biggest chess book stores in the world.
Okay, so this guy's chess library. What?
Yeah.
Has he been a collector for decades, or what's
yes? Yeah. So he's definitely north of 60, potentially moving closer to 70s. Has been a chess player in his whole entire life, and has got an immense collection of chess books, literally tens of boxes unopened, new orders. Like there are probably he when I ask him about new books, whether he has them or not, he tells me he doesn't know because he hasn't had time to open up all the boxes he ordered.
Are we allowed to divulge his name?
I don't have his permission, but he's not someone who you would know anyway. He's a very keen amateur. He was actually mostly known or mostly playing on the correspondence scene.
Oh,
so he wasn't particularly active over the board, so you wouldn't know him 100%. But yeah, it's just an interesting tidbit that sometimes these things, happen when you would least expect it. Anyway, let's focus on Wei Yi against Shankland. Shankland is a very dangerous customer, especially behind the white pieces. And he brings on the heat, baby. G4, take that, baby, says Shankland. I want to see now the players' faces, because that's when you go like, what? What is going on here? Oh boy. That's why we like Shankland. That's why we love him. Because he's not shying away from something that the engine would immediately frown upon.
So it's obviously a mouse slip, and he intended G3.
Nah, I can guarantee you that it's none of that. But nice one, Danny. There, nice one. I have to give it to you that was a good call.
It's interesting that Wei Yi, he hasn't bothered taking this pawn. He's gone Bishop B4 check. I mean,
yeah.
Can we just go back a move? Can we just look at knight takes?
I think
4?
I checked it, Danny, with the engine once when it came up, and I think the best move, according to the Silicon Monster, is D5. It doesn't want to take it because after E4, it becomes awkward to maneuver the knight because you walk into this.
Okay. Some would say that even just retreating the knight here leaves black a clear pawn up, but
I'm not the one to argue with that. But yeah, that's the concept, and I do recall rather vividly that the engine wants D5 G5 knight E4 is what I recall.
And why not? Yet another sensible idea. I mean,
yeah.
And I quite like Bishop B4.
Yeah, me too. By the way, for sure. I don't know, someone told me this recently, or I heard someone saying it, and I went like, what a great piece of wisdom there, that in one of the most important trends to notice in contemporary openings is that it turns out that H4 is far more playable in far more positions than we thought, and the same is applicable for G4. And I'm talking about no later than move 10, but preferably before 5.
No,
like now one of the main weapons against the Grimfeld is H4, and absolutely. Just run Harry, and now Gary is becoming a runner too.
Yeah, no, totally with you on that one. Yeah, I mean, these moves are kind of absolutely respectable these days. We know that. But yeah, interesting way he isn't even bothering taking that pawn. Instead, actually, he's making very sensible moves. He's basically playing a Bogo Indian. He's developing his kingside very nicely. And if that pawn had advanced instead of e3 to g5, then the knight would have just hopped in very happily on e4. And yeah, no bother at all. So Shaq has had to just hold back for a moment, and he's played e3.
I'm very disappointed by that move.
So
I said I'm very disappointed by this move because it defends the pawn.
Right.
He's betraying the concept now. It's not fun.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm joking. Probably there's not much else he can do here.
No, I think so. And I just like black here. I mean, d5.
Oh yeah, totally.
Just play d5. I mean, you know, g4 is a bit of fun, but I mean, really. Actually, do you know what? The problem is, I don't think it's a very practical move.
I agree with that. It invites a lot of trouble because you need to prove it. You need to prove it.
Pawns don't move backwards. This is the problem. And actually, you know, white is just behind in development. And yeah, d5 is just a good move here.
Yeah, most certainly is. You know what I was thinking, Danny? Imagine if someone chucked out g4 against someone like Korchnoi. What would have been his reaction? Like, he would have been insulted and terribly offended, I would say. Not that that's a good or a bad thing. I'm just saying that this is quite interesting to see that, you know, back in the day, these moves would have been absolutely frowned upon. And nowadays...
Korchnoi did have a sense of humor. So I think he might have chuckled. But if he played it against someone like Botvinnik...
Oh, yeah, you are right, actually. That would have been... Yeah, Iron
At the same time, you know, you just go... This is, excuse me, everyone out there, for being a little bit offensive, but, you know.
Yeah. I'm with you, yeah. Actually, you're right that Korchnoi did have a very... he had a sense of humor, a very dry one, mind you.
Oh, well, yeah, anyway. Korchnoi was great. He was great fun. D5.
Yeah, you ordered it, you got it, Danny. This is how it goes today. We announce all the good moves before they land.
Well, occasionally. I can't remember. I think it was said of some American politician. I can't remember which one. Someone said of him, always certain, sometimes right.
Yeah, yep.
Let's shift to another board.
Certainly. Well, Ding Liren's game is a very interesting one because he appears to be a pawn up for absolutely nada. What happened here? C6. I don't know this. I've never seen this.
Okay, that's very strange. Can you just go back a couple of moves after knight g5?
You know, Danny, that there is a very cool gambit here with b5.
That's what I was wanting to mention. b5, yeah. It's also not fantastic, actually.
Nah. Do you know what the refutation of this move is?
Well, I don't know about refutation, but one can just play d3 here.
That's correct. Yes, d3 is known to be the best move here for white. I remember seeing this
old stuff from the 1970s.
Exactly. There is a very good book written by Mihail Suba. I don't know the correct pronunciation. Romanian GM.
Yep.
And he wins a game with black in this, and that he analyzes, and that's where he mentions that d3 is the refutation.
Yeah. No, I played it back in the 70s.
Oof. Hello, h5.
Okay.
Wow.
This is not going to work out well for black. I'm telling you.
I'm with you, Danny. I am with you, Danny. But before we bury black too soon, what do we exactly play? H4.
Okay. I mean, you know, you mentioned
E3.
You mentioned a little bit earlier that the H pawn and the G pawn are suddenly figuring in openings so often these days. But listen, this version.
You sound doubtful, Danny. I'm still not giving up on this because after 92 there is h3, g3, bishop here, and happy days.
Yeah, but I think well, after h3, one.
Yeah, of course you're not going to play g3.
No,
I know.
One could simply ignore that exactly and flip the knight out. Maybe knight d4. one could also take the pawn.
Yes. I think I was getting a bit excited, but I mean, okay, knight c6, I suppose, is a very normal move here.
Yeah, okay, then. Okay, maybe we play very conservatively and play h3.
d4. h3. Okay.
d4. No, d4 I like. Yeah, d4 is good.
Yeah, I don't know. I still don't think that black is that badly off. The fact that the bishops are ready to jump into the game, and neither of white bishops are ready to move, definitely makes.
But maybe after h3, as you say, maybe d4 in that position just after h3.
Yeah. No, I don't think h3 is a move yet. I think knight c6 is more.
Yeah, d4 anyway. D4.
d4 anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I can't argue with the pawn in the end.
Yeah,
it's missing.
Well, exactly.
It's missing.
That's all I do. I just stop. Let's count.
Has gone AWOL.
Yeah.
Noteworthy is the fact, though, that Dingliren has already used 1/3 of his time.
Well, in that sense, is it? Yeah. You could argue it might be worth it. But.
Yeah.
How's Magnus doing?
Maggie is doing really well. He's sending his regards on the back of a French structure without a French bishop. He is a happy camper. It looks to me like a Caro-Kann, perhaps, was it? Oh, wow. Yep, it was a very strange, delayed, advanced Caro-Kann. I don't even know what to call this mess. But overall, I think black is just fine in these structures. The only thing that I would prefer to have differently is to have this pawn back here, not to have these dark squares weak, which might mean that he will castle queenside or at least keep the king in the middle for a fair while.
Yeah.
Play knight d7 perhaps. Oh no, he goes after the pawn. Oh, actually, I think I understand what this is. He wants to provoke f4 exactly to shut this bishop in so that these squares are less accessible for white. That's what I'm guessing here. That's what we have on the board. But he has to reckon with the check. Now, how good that is, I don't know. But that's an instant kiss goodbye to castling.
Yeah, but I think, the king is happy on f8. I mean, I'm assuming black is just going to play... but for example, after f4,
after f4, most certainly. So the question is, can I jettison?
But sorry, let me just finish.
Sorry, go on.
Then after f4, then black is going to h5.
h5, yeah, h5, knight h6, knight f5 is a stock standard operation in similar structures. Yes, I was thinking if I can get cute with sacking e5, but I don't believe in it.
Yeah, I think. I mean, obviously, bishop b5 check isn't absolutely necessary, and actually, I think it helps black to some extent. But I think even after f4, I would guess h5 is going to be the move anyway. And the problem is that white can't actually castle in this position.
Yes, that's right.
This is the issue.
This is a problem. Although naturally, I wouldn't mind castling this way.
Yeah, but not so easy to get there.
Exactly. That's the problem here. That the development of this bishop is problematic.
You can play c3 and stuff, but it's.
I don't think we can. Isn't it hanging?
Ah, excuse me. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. That c3 maybe capture. I'm not sure. It looks a bit shady, but
no. Obviously, we're not gonna do that. Yeah, then basically white has problems here. Not easy. I mean, you can creep out with g3, king f1 to g2, but it's quite time consuming. And once the knight reaches f5, there's h4 and knight g3 stuff. So tricky actually for Hari. I think he has practical problems in this position.
Yeah, I agree. Danny, your man is in trouble again, and I will bring this up because it's a beautiful tactical motive that happened in the Gawain Jones Praggnanandhaa game. We have spoken in our intro about Praggnanandhaa and his tactical prowess. Check out the c4 move. Ouchie. That is awkward to me because bishop takes c4 is now met by knight takes c2. In fact, I thought he had knight f3, queen d4. What am I missing? I don't get this. What happens here? Isn't this winning a piece?
It's very strange. How do we get here? This is very odd.
This was one of those anti-Sicilian Grand Prix stuff that Gawain likes to play every now and then with white. And he just threw in this knight d4 c4 move.
Okay, I think he's just blundered, hasn't he?
And then after bishop takes, I don't get why he didn't. I mean, he maybe thought that this was even better than taking the piece. I certainly would have taken f3. But okay. I mean, there is a slim practical chance here for white, but this is just bluffing, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is just material. Yeah, right. But why couldn't he take on f3 and queen d4?
I don't know. I don't know. Like that seems to me to be the way to go. Unfortunately, my engine stopped working for whatever reason on this board. Not that I really mind, but I would have liked to.
Okay, I mean, I don't get it. He can.
It's check and take no matter what. So yeah. It's all she wrote. Yeah, that is. Yeah, I do insist that would have been far cleaner than this. Like he has got some practical problems to solve, at least here.
Yeah, I mean the old standard attack with knight g5 and.
So, okay, knight c2, bishop h6, knight d4, knight g5. That's what we want, right?
Yep.
And that's white's last Hail Mary attack to make something happen. By the way, as per predicted or indicated by you, f4 was forced out of white. And Maggie played knight e7 first, not h5, but I think that those moves may very well be interchangeable. I mean, I sincerely doubt that white is going to chuck out g4 here.
Yeah, I mean, after g4, then h5.
But you can still play h5, so not that it prevents it, it in fact encourages it to happen, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, no. That's not happening.
And there's actually also another option of playing g5 to undermine the pawn on e5. But yeah, I mean, I guess he's going to play h5.
Yeah, in fact, what I'm really puzzled about is that what is white going to play here?
Mm.
You put it so well that this is not going anywhere. This is not going anywhere. This is not going anywhere. So what is going anywhere? I tell you what is. We are going to look to go to Ding Liren because this is still quite spicy. I know you don't trust this. I know you don't trust this, Danny, but I like this. I like these quirky shenanigans a little bit. So I would play queen d7. And I'm hazarding a guess you will come at me with one of these boys, right?
There's also knight g3 to consider. I'm not sure which of these knight jumps I'm going to do.
That knight is a jumpy boy on e2, that's for sure.
Yeah, queen d7. I'll go knight f4.
Okay, and then I wanted to do, of course, my favorite move in chess ever, queenside castle. And you are telling me that I just castled into some raging attack, right?
Well, one would hope so. Yeah, I mean, I guess one starts with rook c1. I mean, you know,
yeah,
it feels pretty natural, doesn't it?
I'm not gonna lie, Danny. It's not the what we hoped for. It's not quite what we hoped for. Okay, it's nowhere near as exciting as I thought it would be, which makes me wonder. There was a game that we haven't checked in a fair while that we initially looked at, I thought. Oh yeah, Shakwe, of course, the 3G4.
Oh, it's all kicking off.
Oh my God, this has exploded.
Well,
and I'm sure you like what you see, Danny. So tell us what's going on.
Well, this is the moment when white should cheat, and white should just put the pawns back from g5 to g2, and the pawn on h4 from h2, because how ludicrous do those pawns look on h4 and g5? Now, no doubt I shall rue my last comment, and no doubt they might play a decisive role in the game later on, squeezing black's king. But however, at the moment, I mean, come off it. I mean, this is just—it's a horrible position. And
I mean, it's
begging for a queen exchange, begging, and how he's had to shatter his own structure just to try and survive. What an absolute dinner!
What would good old Nimzovich say about this pawn structure, Danny?
Yeah. Anyway, horrible. I mean, Black can play very simply here. Exchange, and then if you want to, now do we just play rook e8?
I dare say we do, yeah.
Or yeah, I mean,
already on too.
I don't think there's any need to take on f3 yet. But yeah, just rook e8. I mean, white is a pawn up, but it feels disgusting.
It looks like we're going down like fat kid on a seesaw. That's what I see here. It's not pretty. And I don't think that queen takes a3 by any means was forced, but he accepted the queen trade.
In rapid play chess, having a simple plan is, simple and good.
Yep.
Has to be a good idea, and why not keep it simple? He's played rook e8. Oh no, yeah. he hasn't yet. I beg your pardon.
No, but it's coming. We both sense it, that it's the move that has to be played. After rook e8, perhaps I can do this with the idea of trying to recuperate either this, or if you take on f3 and then rook e5, then I can take the knight and then the pawn.
Okay.
Hope.
I mean, I'll play it very simply. I mean, rook c8 is possible here, but I just want to play knight e5.
All right, away you take me.
Yeah, I'll take.
And if I take this, you will take this,
and take on c4
back, and you will take that. And
for example, I mean,
yeah,
I'm sure there's better, but that's just for starters. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's just the way in right away.
I suspect rook c8 is probably a stronger move, but anyway, it's just unpleasant for white.
It looks like your favorite Wei Yi is just killing it today, Danny. He's just killing it.
He hasn't, by the way, he still hasn't played rook e8 unless.
No, he hasn't. So I will go back here. His time could become an issue in the longer run. Although I don't know how long this run is going to be exactly. It's the tail end of an endgame.
I mean, he's probably analyzing d3 and seeing if he can make something of that, because you can throw in d3 here, and
then rook e8,
for example,
to even cut off the castling. Not that it was any good, but yeah.
It's
to be fair, I don't think it's practical to do this now, by the way, because it seems that just simple chess will do it.
Okay, listen, let's leave. I mean, time is the only issue. Time is the only issue for him, but it looks good. Okay, where can we switch now? Actually, look,
okay,
game. Let's go to the Giri game.
Hold on, Danny. I would like to have a look at this.
Okay, sure.
This has fired up because Harry decided to actually sack this in order to be able to complete development. And my only question is, actually, I have two. A, is the queen coming out? B, does white have a lot of counterplay on the dark squares?
Okay, so what's white's next move here?
Okay, so I'm going to be devil's advocate. Oh, you have queen c3.
You have queen c3. This is the issue. So to stop that, I mean, you can play bishop b2, but okay.
Yeah,
then
queen takes rook e, queen b3.
I don't see that this is an issue at all for black. Okay, that's a good punt. At least he's trying to open up the dark squares.
Yep.
Is it any good? Okay, so first things first. Knight takes f5.
No, you can't do that.
Oh, that was silly.
That's the point. I believe that the knight is glued to e7.
Okay, is that the first queen I've blundered today, or is it the second? I can't remember. I think.
Come on, Danny. Like it's not a. It's not that important. I blunder every step of the way all the time. And this is a sneaky move because I was about to say, and that's an even worse blunder, by the way, to go here. But after queen check on h6, king here, and pawn f6.
Okay, we've got to find a move here.
I was looking at just ef. But maybe we need something better. Also, queen e5 is possible, by the way.
No, that's the move I was looking at, because at least it
But then bishop b2.
Yeah, bishop b2 is an issue. Okay. Okay, so this is a little bit tricky. And what happens on... Okay, so g takes f5, queen check, king g8.
Bishop here?
Bishop g5.
Oh, queen takes, but then bishop f6.
Yeah, okay. Let's see.
This looks sketchy, right? Check here. Maybe you have check.
Yeah,
but I don't see the follow-up. What do you do against this?
Yeah. Yeah, tricky. Okay, f5 is a nice punt. The computer, I can see the eval bar seems
yeah, I can too. And it's screaming that it's bad.
Seems to think that black is better here, but we need to discover why.
Yeah, this is a fascinating position, and
that's a good move. Rook takes bishop. That's a good move.
Oh, and then queen e5. Oh my god, that is so simple.
Simple chess. That's good chess.
Yeah. Oh, so you have to calculate though what happens if here, but after king g8 f6, when we play knight f5, the rook can't take because it's pinned. I'll play it out because it's quite cool. It feels like white is so close and yet so far. I mean, I can also take here first and then knight f5, and that move hits the queen and denies the mate. Lovely stuff.
Okay, Magnus has it under control. Rook takes bishop. Very simple.
Yeah, so this is the position we have on the board. And I dare say that this shouldn't be a problem for Magnus to convert.
Harry has, I'm looking at the pictures now, Harry has a kind of wry smile on his face.
Yeah, that's not a happy smile. Yeah, he knows that the writing is on the wall here. Okay, Danny, you wanted me to go somewhere else before I insisted on this, so now I am going to follow your...
I can't remember. I have no idea where I wanted to go.
Didn't you want to go?
Oh, yes, Giri. Yeah, Hansen Giri. That's an interesting position.
Okay, let's... What on earth was this opening? Was it some Spanish?
Yeah, one of these.
No. Oh, it's this is one of Hansen's newfound opening. This bishop out somewhere in the Sicilian delayed Alapin style.
This is old stuff. It's not great for white.
Yep. Yeah, this transition actually into a Benoni and not a particularly good one for white. As far as Benonis go, this is not anything fancy.
Oh, this is your dream Benoni with black.
Oh yeah, this has gone significantly up on the evaluation, and now this is where we are. I mean, I check the bishop on d3. It's not gonna be easy to break me.
Knight h5.
I was just about to say, except for knight h5.
Hey, I beg to differ.
Yep, not my proudest moment there.
Okay, but let's have a think. So instead of bishop d3, does white just need to be very bold here?
We that means e5, yeah.
Just carry on, or is
e5? I'm afraid, Danny, that your move is so strong that even against e5, that would be my way to go.
Yeah, there's also, let's bear in mind, knight g4 as well. Could be an option.
It's a little mate threat.
I don't know. It doesn't feel right for white at all. But it feels like, there could be, if you get it wrong with white in this position, the whole thing can collapse like a house of cards. But let's see. Can we see e5? Because at least it's trying to stir things up.
Mm-hmm.
So are we going knight h5 or knight g4?
I don't know. Like this is actually quite attractive in the sense that it's mate and it's a tempo.
Yeah.
And if you were to go to queen g3, then I'm gonna actually, if I want to get cute, I could take this, by the way.
That's quite nice, actually.
And then check you down. But I don't think that there is anything wrong with this either.
Yeah, so bishop g2.
Oh, you mean here?
So, yeah, bishop g2. I mean, just to stop the check and hold the pawn and, you know, try and get in rook d1. So bishop g2 in this position.
Yeah. I'm thinking if we want to go any deeper here. I mean, black is a pawn up, right?
Yeah, but maybe not quite so clear because, you know, if white can play rook d1 and try and
f4, yeah.
Well,
look, I wouldn't.
Excuse me. What I'm just saying is that, you know, it could be that white might have enough for a pawn there, but you know, in other situations, white can just be lost very quickly if you don't do something dramatic.
No, I agree. Would you suggest that this was perhaps a better way to go?
Could well be. I mean, I guess I'm going to play bishop g2 anyway.
But then maybe I'm gonna now opt to keep the queens on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's better for black, definitely. I'm just trying to stir things up a bit.
Yeah, which is very practical and in fact potentially the only logical thing to do. And what was your plan if knight h5? Surely you wanted to take this, right?
I guess so. Yeah, I think I'm just going to career on. That doesn't look so bad, actually.
No, I don't think it does. This pawn worries me as black. I preferred your idea with take and knight g4.
Yeah, can we just have a look at that? Take and knight g4. Is there... just let me... queen f4 probably runs into the same thing, right? Knight e5.
Yep.
Yeah. No, knight. It's a really nice tactic.
Yeah,
no, it's interesting stuff.
I just took a glance to Mamedyarov's game. He has a king on e4.
Let's see it.
Best. That's his best piece. Check it out.
Fantastic.
Everybody at home, and the king is on an excursion to explore the board. Oh my word! And might not be as bad as it comes across at first.
There you go. What did I say earlier? You know, having looked in despair at the pawns on h4 and g5. In fact, in the end game, they could be useful, pressing black's king. So if Shak survives this, fair play to him. And look at Weiyi's time. He's down to 35 seconds. Wow. I tell you what, Shak, what a legend if he gets away with this.
Oh yeah, that will be definitely the highlight of the day. Let's stay on this one because this is tension on for sure.
Yeah. I would still feel somewhat concerned with white about that king staggering around in the middle of the board, but he's on the board here.
Yeah. What do we do here for white? That king on f4 is very annoyingly in the checking range of the knight, so we have to be very careful with pawn moves.
Oh,
I
so
think
that
he's
gives
securing retreat.
That gives the king a square.
Yeah, and also the bishop and the pawn will create a very healthy defensive formation. Are we fizzling out into a draw here, Danny?
I think there's some more sizzle before we fizzle.
Rook b8, rook b2 looks like a plan, but I need to credit your wisdom here about the black king feeling the heat. Back rank issues might be relevant.
That's a really interesting move, actually. Knight d3. So he's playing with an octopus. You know, he's trying to stop white's rooks coming to these e1 and c1 squares, and you know he can hold it there. I mean, you know, black is not worse here.
No, certainly not.
But you know, Shaka's done enough, but it's still tricky. It is a very tricky position for both colors, actually. You know, if white can press, I mean, black I think it's got to free his king somewhere. I mean, Wei has a decision to make whether he plays G6 and King G7 or whether he plays H6. I mean, G6 feels like the right move, of course. Put the king on a dark square.
Yeah.
But it's tricky. I think basically he's gone wrong.
Yeah, I wonder where it went when it slipped out of his hand. I think this may have been where Rook E8 was your recommendation that really appealed to me. Just keep it simple. Just keep it together nicely, because this is a bit of a make or break type of move that can backfire if white doesn't fall apart, which he certainly hasn't.
Okay, Rook
HB1.
Nice. Activating. So, you know, he's ready to play Rook B3, trade off the active Rook.
Yep. And where he denies.
No, I think we should definitely stick on this game.
Yeah, definitely. 22 seconds is definitely reason enough for us to hang around here. I will take a quick glance. Magnus is converting reasonably convincingly against Harry. Gawain is absolutely dead lost against Prague. Somehow the e-pawn just disappeared in Eric Hansen's position. I don't know how, and he seems to be dead lost too.
Let's go to that. Let's just bounce to that really quickly.
Yep. He played Rook D1 and he blundered into Knight E4 with the idea of Rook takes, Queen takes allows this check to pick off the Rook on D1. That's tragic. I mean, his position was really bad, to be fair. Or we thought it was difficult to hold at least. But that was just a very ugly blunder. And the quality difference between E4 and D4 is very, very strong here. So now he has got like 7 sets of isolated pawns. Tough defense, to say the least.
Terrible blunder. Terrible blunder.
Yeah.
Let's
back to the show.
Yeah, back to the show. Sorry. Having said we should stick with this one, of course, we bounced around again.
No, but that's what I meant by saying back to the show is that we are back. Ooh, Rook B5, back rank. You called it, Danny. You called it on move 10 that these pawns in the end game restrict.
Well, that knight is floating around and it needs a proper anchor. So, you know, it should be looking to get to E6 or something. But okay, Rook C3 holds it.
Yeah, it doesn't have a safe outpost where it would be protected by a pawn, which is usually a problem with knights in such open positions. And with time being so scarce, Rook E1, Rook E7 penetration plans are now potentially on the cards.
Regardless of the time, I would take white in this position. That bishop is a monster.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Now that's a good move. Rook D3 disturbs the bishop.
Yeah, also, the diagonal is too short.
Yeah, and the problem is
bishop C4 here. Yeah.
Yes. I'm also trying to make some trick work with Knight E4, but there's a back rank. Anyway, yeah, basically that bishop can be disturbed in some way. Very tricky. So Wei seems to still be okay, but with just 15 seconds on the clock, this is not easy at all. I mean, plausibly, the game could end in a repetition with bishop c4, rook c5, d5, actually.
No, he went back to c6, but then again, that's an invitation for a repetition, right? Because now if he just slides back, then we are good.
Yeah. Actually, I think
there.
6 might be a better move, actually, because that bishop is now running very short of squares.
No, I think this is going to be the end of this game. It's a draw.
Yeah.
So,
well, is that a draw? Is that a draw? There's still opportunity for white to squeeze that position.
Rook B1. Was I
Rook D1? Rook D1. Let's go Rook D1. Rook D1. I don't know which one. Okay, and the rook activates.
Oh, rook d1. Sorry. Okay, I don't know.
It doesn't matter which one. Frankly, it doesn't matter which one.
Actually, then it does. I think rook b1 is better because if you go here, oh, you wanted to go straight in, right?
That doesn't matter anyway. Rook b, we'll go rook b1. Doesn't matter.
Well, if you went to b1, then we would have the extra option of actually taking this with check. That's all I'm saying. But you are right that for all intents and purposes, they will be the same. Did not quite happen though, because he went bishop b7.
Okay, and now they took. Well,
now we are headed for a different type of a draw. Oh, that was cute though. Rook c1
and h6.
Yeah. And now first draw is probably.
Well, hang on.
No,
hang on.
No. Okay.
Well,
Tell me what you have up your sleeve, Danny.
Well, I'm just going to keep the squeeze. You know,
you just go f4.
Well, yeah, or king g4 first. I don't.
King
I don't
up. Yeah.
Let's be traditional and go king g4.
Nah, you don't have any squeeze. G6, king g7 is gonna eliminate that. No.
I'm desperately trying to think of a way, but
Nah, I don't think you have enough here.
Not going to happen.
But I have to give it to you that it was harder than I thought. He actually played king h7.
Yeah,
which is I don't know.
I'm thinking mate on the h file somehow. that rook swinging back via b3, and the rook's cutting over. Hang on.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't play g6. I think that would have been far cleaner.
Okay, just indulge me a moment here, because if we play rook h2 check, king g6, yeah, king g6, please.
Sorry.
Be obliging. And then
yeah, that's what you wanted. I'm sorry, I'm raining on your party now twofold, because first I didn't allow it, and then I blew your, or rather spoiled your beautiful mate. Kudos to you, Danny. Kudos to you for that.
I'm just trying to. I know it's a helpmate. I'm just trying to think of ways to liven this. Okay, so the king goes back to g8 instead.
By the way, Danny,
and then we're going to switch back to the h file.
No, wait for it. This loses for white because f5.
Oh, cute. Very cute.
Ouch. Ouch. Ouchie. That's awesome.
Not even my trick works.
Well, but it was beautiful both ways, so that's worth investigating as far as I'm concerned. And of course,
wait a second. Look what's on the board. Look what's on the board.
Wait, what?
Just look at what's happening in the game. And now f5.
Yeah. Okay. This is draw.
Yeah.
And then they went back, and then he held it nicely. That was cool.
Yeah, but wait a second. This is still not over. Over. Because now Black's king is not in a good situation after f5. This is tricky. Shak is on the squeeze. So okay, now you can take the a pawn.
Yeah, but then I am coming in with the check, and all of a sudden this king is gonna turn into a boss.
Okay, in this way, yeah.
I mean, this would be a pretty finish. Check here and then mate. I have to admit, Danny, that I called this game off 7 times over already when it was definitely not over yet.
No,
even now,
absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's not just about the time, Should be a draw, but not yet a draw. Okay, so now we can just take on f4 and put the rook behind.
Yeah. Now I'm beginning to worry for white, actually.
This is also fine. Yeah. Okay. It's.
How do we convert this, Danny? Is it doable? Magnus Carlsen with black against Harry?
Apparently not. They've agreed to draw.
Not according to the engine, but can we outmuscle the engine?
Well, they've already agreed to draw, so no.
Oh, okay. That goes to show how sleepy I am.
What time is it in Oz at the moment?
4:45 in the morning, and I didn't go to bed.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
we've only got 2 games going. Apparently, Sam the Man is winning.
Yeah, Sam the Man is getting one more queen than Mishra, so that should be sufficient. Unfortunately, after queen, he does not have a check. Not that that would make a difference, but he doesn't even have the spy check to chuck in.
Okay, that one's gone, and we've still got.
Giri. Oh no, Giri is over. All over red row. No, all over. No, the Mamedyarov game, believe it or not, is still going.
And Mamedyarov. Okay, that's basically the only one, but no real jeopardy there. Yeah, it's going to fizzle to a draw, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, if black doesn't want anything fancy, then just rook here. And then they will take this, king takes, and that's a fancy way to go into a side pawn draw, or not. This is the better move. But this is definitely headed towards draw. Yep.
Okay, so Sam, yeah, that game is over. Let's see.
By the way, Jordan won again, so he's gonna look pretty good on the table.
Yeah, I'll give the scores on the doors any second. Let's just see. I want to see the vid. I want to see the players. Yeah.
I think what happened here? A5. Oh, king f2. Yeah. Now king f2 is threatened with rook takes f5, which would be winning actually for white. Hence rook check, and now it's going to be yeah. Okay, so now we're going into rook across, giving or whatever.
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah.
Yeah, it gobbles up the pawn. Even without the g pawn, it would be a draw. So this is now going to be agreed upon very, very quickly. It looks like oh no. Oh yes, actually Gawain lost too. So I think the bottom end of the field, unfortunately, is still trying to prove that yeah, they can do better. Gawain is in a bad shape today, Danny.
Yeah, it looks like it. Well, then we'll just wait for this one to conclude, and I'll look at the scores. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Yep.
Very, very neat hoovering. Okay,
yep,
so
indeed.
We have Wei Yi after that draw. Actually, fascinating game. He's still out in the lead with 15. Anish Giri has done himself a big favor with that win on 13. Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa has bounced into 3rd position. Very nice. There are 3 players on 12. How's Magnus doing? Magnus, yeah, he's on 12 as well. And yeah, at the bottom of the table, we've got Gawain still struggling, Ariantari, Vidit still struggling. Abhimanyu Mishra, unfortunately, has lost all his games today, and he's struggling as well. So we just have one more game today. That will be played at the top of the hour. We can look forward to a fascinating encounter between Magnus Carlsen and Sam Shankland. Looking forward to that. That should be tasty. And we've got Giri against Mamedyarov. That's also a nice one. So we'll take a short break. Time maybe for Andras to get another cup of coffee or a cup of tea. Are you a tea or a coffee drinker, Andras?
A bit of both, but mostly coffee, really.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, I'm not going to drink anything because I'm going to go to bed after the next round. So now I just need to just keep on slapping myself for another hour, and then I can have a bit of a snooze.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right. So
that's the plan. But I will get a drink for sure.
We'll see everyone in a few minutes' time for me to boil the kettle, get another cup of tea, and we'll see everyone at the top of the hour for round 8.
Hello and welcome to the sneak peek video on the lifetime repertoires, the Najdorf Sicilian. In this video I'm going to show you my latest course, which is a complete repertoire against 1e4 with the Najdorf Sicilian defense. Why the Najdorf? Well, it is one of the, if not the best opening you can play against 1e4. It is both very correct, very sound, also very aggressive, gives you plenty of opportunities to play for a win. And the only problem is that you need to study quite a bit of theory. But for that, there is this course. Isn't it wonderful? Let's look into it. There are here 27 chapters. The whole course is 1,000, close to 1,000 trainable lines, and the length is around 24 hours. So you can basically binge watch the course in just 24 hours if that's your priority. But realistically, I guess you need a couple of days and and you're done. More importantly, there is the quick starter guide, and that is a short summary of all you have to know to start, and that is barely over an hour. I would add to that a couple of chapters, especially against the bishop e3 line, which would also be another hour. And I think within a couple of hours, you are ready to start your Najdorf journey. But then, of course, check out all the chapters. There's lots of detail there. When you play the Najdorf, you are quite invincible. It's a very big theoretical battlefield. You can vary within it. You can deviate, always improve, always on the analysis. And so, yeah, Najdorf, I think, is a little too rich. So I don't really feel targeted there. And I think that's also a good reason why you should be playing the Najdorf. So yes, alternatives, bishop e7, bishop e6, for example, move with a bad reputation, but I give some options. Even within the alternatives, there are sometimes alternatives, which is quite cool. Also, against some lesser known options, for example, against 6 rook g1, I also give alternatives, because in rook g1, for example, in particular, there is the system with e5, knight b3, bishop e6, which is the main line, and that main line equalizes but leads to an endgame, equal endgame. And of course, I know my my Najdorf boys and girls, they want a sharp play, and next to this main line, I decided not to be lazy, and also recommend another line. For example, the in this case it's the h5 variation here, which is a lot more fighting, can lead to much sharper positions, like this one, typical Najdorf here. We've got opposite castles incoming, very sharp positions. So yeah, lots of options, and still, despite all that, the sides became quite manageable, so I'm very happy with that. Also, of course, sidelines are well covered. Bishop b5 check, you know, if you don't have a chapter on bishop b5 check, then I don't think you can claim to have a Najdorf repertoire, because bishop b5 check is such an integral part of the Najdorf. A lot of trainable lines, a lot of memorization. A lot of my variations are more fine-tuned for a top-level chess. But here I'm going for much more playable, much more flexible positions, where there is a lot of room for a lot of room for creativity, much more flexibility there. So yeah, I think a good repertoire will have a fun community. I'm sure lots of you will ask me a bunch of questions, and yeah, I'm very happy with what I've done. I believe there is no need, when you have a course like that, there is no need to compromise on anything. The lines are all sound, correct, well tested with the strongest engines, and also fitted for the for your regular chess fan. So yeah, I think this should be a lot of fun, and I can't wait to hear your feedback, and I'm sure you'll really enjoy the course. So thank you for watching the sneak peek, and get your course. Also enjoy, of course, the short and sweet. If you're doubting, that's also going to be a nice little free course for you. But I would like to say, of course, if you enjoy it, and you should definitely check out the actual course, the lifetime repertoires, and yeah, I hope you'll find it worthwhile and you will enjoy it as well. So thank you for watching, and bye bye.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself, and I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And yeah, I mean, we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized, and they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I, there was 2 of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it, but now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Senemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to witness round 8 of the Chessable Masters, starting in 3 minutes' time. There we are. And as I said, it's the Chessable Masters. The online learning platform Chessable is sponsoring this tournament. And, well, both Andras and I have courses at Chessable. So I'm going to use these 3 minutes to get my plug in to tell you about my 3 courses. So How Good Is Your Chess, which features some test games. How Good Is Your Chess 2, the remarkably original follow-up. And I've also done an opening course on the Kalashnikov. Oh, there we go. I can see a graphic there. How Good Is Your Chess 2? How Good Is Your Chess? There's King's Kalashnikov. Yeah. Kalashnikov Sicilian. It's an opening that I played actually as a teenager. And, years later, I've returned to it, and I really enjoyed researching that one. And I'm really happy with the course, actually. Really like the opening. Andras, have you ever done the thing with the Kalashnikov? Ever played the Kalashnikov from the white side or black side?
No, I have played Sicilians on the black side of e4 in my entire chess life and never came across two particular variations, the Sveshnikov and the Kalashnikov. They somehow were not on my horizon at all, although I did consider the Sveshnikov to be played, but not the Kalashnikov as such. No, unfortunately not. I was wondering, Danny, if you as an expert, do you consider c4 to be the most problematic line played by white, or do you believe in the c4 less variations to be more of a concern for black?
I don't think either is a concern.
I'm
sorry.
What a silly question. My apologies, sir.
It was a no-brainer.
Which one is easier to play against?
It was a no-brainer. The funny thing is, in the past, c4, this kind of clamp. I don't know if we can put that on the board. Probably not. But this.
Oh, I think I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
So, knight b5. Knight b5, d6, and now c4 was always regarded in the past as the sort of principled way for white to play. But actually, in the last year or two, black has been scoring very well against this. I mean, there are various systems that black has played, but the one that I really like is the one that Parham Magsudlu, who's a great exponent of the Kalashnikov, has played. Actually, not with f5, but playing, well, you play bishop e6, you play g6, and g6 and bishop g7, and the knight goes to f6. I mean, obviously the knight is forced back.
This gets kicked, yeah.
And
Maggie started with c3. Sorry, please finish. Please finish. Go on.
I'm going to finish about the Kalashnikov.
Yep. I want to hear that Kalashnikov.
And actually, black has tremendous dynamic chances with this fianchetto line. And I think that's a development in the opening, which has really improved black's chances in against this system. And there has been some beautiful victories. I would mention the game Anand against Magsudlu, where Magsudlu blew Vichy away. Absolutely beautiful game. So anyway, that Kalashnikov course is on offer at the moment at Chessable. Let's get back to round 8 and Carlsen against Shankland.
I mean, what a cheeky dude. He says, do you have a semi-Slav prep? Well, I will play the semi-Slav with white, c3. Oh, Maggie never fails to impress. And then he transitions into some kind of very odd queen's pawn opening. I suspect e6 or bishop f5 will be played. And then, yeah, this is going to be, or c5, as the case may be.
Well, I mean, Carlsen obviously just wants to sidestep Sam's theory, as Sam is an excellent theoretician. So he's just saying, okay, I want to play chess. And of course, this is it's basically a Trompovsky opening, where white plays for a very sound structure. You play knight d2, and well, he's keeping the idea of exchanging on f6 on the board. I mean, you could play it now and just go knight d2. It's certainly not a stupid way for white to play.
No, definitely not. Your countryman Julian Hodgson would have played this keenly in his entire career. Do you know him well?
Yeah, we're exactly the same generation. We're both born in London. We're virtually the same age. We've known each other since we were about 9 years old.
Wow, that's awesome, man. Yeah, he's a tremendously original, creative dude. I really enjoy his games.
Julian is a good friend, and he played some absolutely fantastic games. I'm a friend and great admirer of Julian's. And wonderful games with Trompovsky.
Do you happen to remember, Danny, his game against Lev Sahis in the English opening?
With c5, yes.
Yes, that's my favorite game by him of all times.
Very, very
in fact,
good.
I did put that in one of my courses, but I now don't even remember which one because it's 5 o'clock, and although my eyes are open, but I'm sleeping. Now, just a very quick look around. I think the two heroes of the day would be Wei Yi and Jordan insofar. So their individual encounter is definitely going to be an interesting one, although I don't get particularly excited whenever I see symmetrical pawn structures, but it can still turn into a fight. Fight could also happen in the Anish Giri game, where we have got a rather strange Catalan with this early B6. And then bishop g5. This is a little bit new to me, but to my defense, I played a Catalan with neither color. So I consider myself to be an enterprising dude as such, and an entertaining one. No Catalan for me. Yeah, this is interesting. I guess if queen takes, then bishop a6 is the idea.
Yeah, no, I mean, I knight e5 has been met by c5.
It's very provocative, is the word I'm after here. Yet I can't prove it wrong. I would be not surprised at all if we saw some fizzling into draw after queen takes, knight takes, and bishop b7.
I think black has a bit of work to do first, because that feels like white can still play, has some very interesting chances there, actually. I'm not...
Oh, yeah, banking on this pin, are you?
Well, not just that. I mean, yeah, I mean, the d6 square is available for the knight, but also bear in mind that there's also e4 at some particular stage. So, I mean, well, for example, after queen takes, knight takes, but I mean, I'm not sure bishop b7 is
yeah, actually, it's here. I'm being silly.
I think that might be a stronger move, actually.
I'm being silly with bishop b7. That's just asking for trouble. Yeah.
Yeah. But even here, you know, it's not... Well, I think I'd rather play, if possible, I'd rather play the knight out, maybe even to a3. I'm not sure which one is best. I just want to clear the D and C files. And
I don't know, like, do you really have anything here, Danny?
I'm not sure. Rook fd1.
Go here.
You see, at some moment, I want to play e4, and you know, if I can land that knight on d6, then I think white has something there, actually.
I tell you why I'm not particularly worried about this, because once you play e4, I also am going to land the knight here.
Yeah, this is true, but I would
may or may not.
I would still take white in that position. If I play knight d6 here, this looks serious to me.
I will definitely give you that it's more... Actually, no. I don't think you have anything.
You don't.
I was about to say that it's more pleasant to play for white, but I think e5 kills it.
I think there's still some play there. Seriously, that doesn't look so clear at all to me.
No, I'm more than happy to accept that. I just thought that at one point we have to call it.
Yeah, no, fine. Yeah, well, no, I mean, I think white's better there, basically. You know, there's still bishop f1. I think black has some questions to answer there. That's really not simple.
Yeah,
we're a long way from reality.
Yeah.
I think black has to be really careful here.
I mean, in the 50s and in the 60s, certain players, including world champions like Smyslov, made an absolute living out of winning these symmetrical Catalan structures left and right and center. Banker has a few fantastic games in that one too, but those ex-Soviet grandmasters and some world champions really did show that just because it's 4 versus 4 on one side and 2 on 2 on the other, it's not taken for granted that it's a draw. And perhaps that's why Shak is thinking here, because he maybe is realizing that yes, the wood is coming off the board, but it doesn't mean that we are headed for an insta draw.
No, absolutely not. And those, you know, exactly those kind of end games can be so problematic for black. And well, it plays into Anish's hands as well.
Yeah, I mean that's his bread and butter.
You've got to get it right here as black, otherwise you're suffering. So yeah, I think well, let's see anyway. Okay, where should we turn to next?
I want to I don't know. This looks very wild, actually. This looks very wild, and I don't know if it's good or bad news for Mishra, but I really admire his fighting spirit, that after a fair few defeats he's still playing full on chess. I mean, this doesn't get more messy than this, right?
Can we rewind?
Yes, I believe it must have been a Meran. It had to be. Yep. Ish. Yes, actually, now we are transitioning into a proper mainline Meran.
Okay, knight h5 very early. I mean, that's kind of a bit left field.
Yeah, b5 probably with the a6 to follow would have been a little bit more conservative, but Mishra is not for such old-fashioned judgments. Mind you, this knight on c3 doesn't exactly have a lot of attractive squares to go to.
Okay, so let's put it there.
Yep.
Well, I mean, black needs to prove something here, but otherwise you just wrecked your pawns.
Yeah, this is not coming, is it?
Nope.
Because of knight b5, and if I take this, you take back with the knight. If I trade here, you trade with the knight, and I trade off all my good pieces, and I am sitting on top of a massive pile of nothing.
Okay, so let's have a think here. What's he got in mind? He must have some idea in mind, otherwise b4 is so anti-positional.
Maybe bishop e5 with the idea of c5 then? Is that something or not?
Okay, let's put it on the board and have a look. Okay, I've got to ask.
Wait a tick, isn't c6 hanging?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm looking at the pin, but it's nothing because after bishop b7 there's rook d7.
So it has to be bishop b7 then. But then knight f5 is but then I can okay. I will let you speak, Danny. I don't know what's going on here.
I don't trust this for black, actually. It doesn't look right at all. I mean, bishop b7 seems like the only move there.
Actually, hold on a tick, Danny. We were talking a little bit of nonsense here because c6 is not hanging because this is hanging.
Beg your pardon. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, so let's have a look at this.
But mute point in the sense that Judit went knight f5 instead of moving the knight on c3.
Okay, even better.
So that is turning on the heat. And he's hoping to have knight takes, bishop takes, knight takes from here when every single white piece is optimally placed.
Okay.
And the pawns are indeed very, very much askew.
I still don't like black's position.
No, not at all. I like white there a lot. That's what I'm saying. That this looks very attractive to me.
Yeah.
Knight f5.
So
what if I tried the same medicine with bishop e5?
Yeah. Sure, but I mean, I think worst case, I mean, white can just play knight a4 anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not quite sure what the difference is in those two lines, but in any case, you know, those queenside pawns look dreadful, and the knight on f5 is beautiful.
Actually, one difference then is that now I can seemingly play c5 without hurting myself. Oh my god! Hello, look at this.
Knight h3. Ooh.
So he wants to take and then take. Huh.
Okay, so he's got to take on g3 first.
Yeah.
Now.
Wow, this is an absolute mess.
So f takes on c3, queen c3, and then you blockade with the knight on e5. Right.
Or even with the queen.
Or with the queen. So can we be disruptive? Can we play knight takes g3 here?
Yeah, takes with the takes still here.
Yeah, and now queen takes c3.
Yeah, and now you're hoping to get f4 in.
Well, that was my point, that at least we can play f4 to...
which makes me actually want to do this.
Yeah.
I will jettison that in the hope that I can get in here, but I might not be able to.
Okay,
because
but this...
now 2 is hanging.
Yeah, but this feels like an improvement. Okay, if this is just dropping material, then it's problematic. Well, knight b6 is possible there, by the way.
True. Yep.
I mean, it feels though at least black is doing something here.
Yep. I'm with you that this is definitely the best version of everything we have looked at. I don't know if I would prefer this, because I really liked your knight on f5, but now somehow, yeah, he took with the knight. Okay.
Okay, so pawn takes, queen takes, yeah.
Yeah, queen f4 looks very natural to me.
So giving up the pawn. So is there enough? I mean, maybe just queen f4, queen c6, knight b6, and the knight on b6 is just poorly placed.
Yeah, but bishop h3 is hanging, so it will be fairly quick for me to reorganize those pieces, I reckon.
Okay, let's have a look. Queen f4. Interesting.
Okay. By the way, I was also thinking about, do I have anything here, or am I dreaming?
Okay, so what's...
Nah, rook d8. Nah, rook d8. Okay, nah, this is not playable. So let's go with knight b6. That's what you recommended, and I like it.
Okay, so h3 is hanging. So, okay, well, let's try simple chess first. So king g2.
King g2. That is indeed simple.
Because white does have the retreat queen c1 just to expel the queen if we need to. I'm not saying I'm going to rush into it, but maybe that's just the there's also queen d6 as well. Queen d6.
Actually, on that note, Danny, because either of them should be answered with queen h4 hitting this again. And I played rook b8 with the intention of putting the bishop here.
Right.
But now I am just thinking that all I'm going to do is I'm just going to claim compensation on grounds of a slightly better coordinated army, although that's questionable, but certainly a loose king.
Actually, it's nice that the bishop on e6 hits the pawn on a2. That's could be a very useful tempo, actually.
Yeah, and now I'm looking to reroute, by the way, because I don't like my knight on b6.
Yeah.
Instead, so the game went with queen e5.
Fair enough.
Curiously. So what's the response to queen c6 now? I prefer that queen on f4. I know, it's a mouse slip. He wanted to go to f4.
Well, okay, so queen c6. Okay. Rook b8, you can take on d7, I guess. So queen c6 was probably still got to do the same thing. So knight b6.
Yeah. Now b2 is hanging instead of a2.
h3. Okay, so instead, white... Well, you can just take and play f4, actually.
True.
In this position.
Although, how do you evaluate that, Danny, if I do something crazy and I take you here, you take me here, I take you here, and I will try to hunt this down?
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know. It may not be good enough, because if you get c6 very quickly, which I think you could, let's say take rook e8, rook d6. If you get this quick enough, I might not be.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad for black, actually.
No, I don't think it does. But I just wanted to highlight that
that's interesting.
We might actually see it because f4 was played.
Oh, okay, right.
And frankly, I don't really think he has a choice, because I don't like the look of knight g6 much.
Yeah, it's too passive, isn't it?
Yeah, it just feels like, yeah, king h2, maybe bishop c4. Bishop e6 is not playable because of the fork. So I reckon he has to leave, just sack the knife, allow bishop h3. Oh, sorry, play bishop h3, sack the knife, take this, and go from there. But that's a tough decision to make when you have got 3 losses behind you already, right?
I guess so. But I don't know, just on the grounds that, you know, falling back into some kind of passive position just doesn't feel right.
Yes.
It feels like a very natural continuation, actually.
Very much so. Very much so. Giri Mamedyarov is just about to be finished on a draw, by the way.
Yep.
Actually, I want to just quickly see how Mamedyarov played that middle game, because you very correctly highlighted that these Catalan middle games, queenless middle games, are not so simple. But it looks like
he found a way.
Whoa, that's actually very nice, Danny. He gave up a pawn for activating the army really, really nicely.
Yeah.
And now rook d2 is pending, bishop e2 is on, so he had to return the material. That was beautifully played by Black.
Okay, so he thought for a moment, basically.
Yep.
He just
He did,
and he invested the time, basically.
Yeah.
Get it right.
And came up with the goods too.
Yeah. Okay, so can we go to Carlsen's game?
Yep. Boredom. No, I'm kidding. Well, I guess you reap what you sow, right? I'm not super excited.
How do you mean?
I just don't like these positions for white. I just don't think that there is, you know, like, I'm not saying that, you know, he's not gonna win or that it's not winnable, but to me it's just a bit gutless.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I take a slightly different view. I mean, I find this structure, I mean, this is basically a reverse Queen's Gambit.
This is your bread and butter, of course.
but not only that, you know, you can get this position from the Caro-Kann exchange.
Caro-Kann, yeah.
And the London system. I mean, it's obviously a very, very common pawn structure and very popular over the past couple of years, actually. And actually, I mean, strategically, I find these positions really rich. So I tend to take a different view on this one. You know,
I have to say, Danny, I would like to rephrase what I said, because it's a little bit, basically not necessarily reflecting the truth. My comment was mostly reflecting on the opening that resulted in this, from White's point of view, that is.
Okay.
So I considered that a very unambitious approach. By kicking off with c3, e3, bishop g5, you know, all that. But I'm a bit too old school for my own good.
It's just a way of avoiding theory. But what we've got is a very standard position. I think that's.
Oh yes, certainly.
But this is really rich as well. So, you know, Black has to decide: do you break with e5 at some moment? And if you do, does that open the position? Are those center pawns going to be actually weak? You know, eventually that pawn on a6 might come good in some endgame. Does White play moves, you know, like, do you keep it simple? Do you play queen d2? Do you double on the e file? Eventually, do you try and break perhaps with c4 at some moment? And how's Black's king, you know, when the position opens up? I find it really rich, actually.
It certainly is.
But it's a slow burn. It's a slow burn.
What I noticed, Danny, here is that if I were to play this position, I would pick White solely because I find there are a greater number of moves available that appear to be easy to play without, you know, drastically changing the position and improving it, like queen up, rook double. And then I can still probably think about a fair few moves that White could play, or even queen out here followed by rook double. Whereas Black is going to run out of useful moves soon, or sooner. So yeah, you are right that one of these pawn breaks will have to happen. By the way, Mishra didn't take h3; he dropped back to g6.
Yeah, certainly a surprise. I mean, he's definitely worse now. Or yeah, it's
an unpleasant spot to be in. I think is definitely the way to go. But oh boy, this is not looking pretty now. And bishop c4.
Yeah, I was wondering
bishop-
about rook d6 as well. One of these moves, I don't know.
Yeah, this looks like a very pleasant grind for white, where white is essentially playing for 2 results, right?
Looks like it, yeah.
F5.
F5. Oh, that's okay. That's really nice, actually. He's basically, he's keeping an option to attack on the king side, because F5, from a positional point of view, is a beautiful move, cutting out the bishop on c8. And there's the option to, well, I mean, obviously F6 is immediately just breaks open black's king, but also there's the option to play rook g1 and knight h5 as well. So I really like F5. Great move.
Yeah, I second that. Many people would be reluctant to play this because it makes the pawns a little bit rigid and also fixed on the color of the bishop. But there is a greater picture here, which was beautifully described by you. So yeah, there is definitely a lot to expect from this, from white's point of view. b3, nicely preparing bishop c4. It is looking great.
How's my man Wei Yi doing?
Your man Wei Yi is hiding somewhere in plain sight. Where are you, bro? Here he is. Yeah, I don't know. Double B's might be a little bit weak, but overall I think black should be fine here. Black should be fine here, I reckon. You know what I was curious about, if you don't mind me just checking this out. I couldn't decide who was doing what to whom here. Initially, when I looked at it, I preferred it for white because I thought that these light squares were a little bit tender. And even now I look at 90 to 94. But I also am keeping an eye at the eval bar, which is clearly below the red line instead of above, indicating that black is doing fine here. But I don't like any of their pieces. Like, this is just strange.
Yeah, it's very
Although
tricky.
knight f4 is actually a bit dicey if it gets in there. So I shouldn't probably write this off.
Yeah, I mean, black's queen is lurking on f6, so who knows? It's a very tricky position. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I liked it more here-ish. Probably the knight f4 possibility is already on the cards, and therefore it's okay. Yeah, it was one of those real op structures. Okay, let's go back to the Mishra endgame. I think you seem to have a bit of a liking for this torture that is coming towards black here, right? Would you play f6, Danny, or would you still go improving with bishop c4?
Yeah, I was wondering. I was also wondering about rook g1 as well. I'm not sure where to start. Let me have a think. Yeah, I mean, c5 enables rook b6, which is actually a useful defensive move. So after f6 takes, rook takes f6, rook b6 is actually some kind of defense. Even that is actually better for white because we can take and play rook. Okay, let me. I'm going to play f6. That's
okay. F6
that variation
takes here, and you want to take and come in again, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it looks like an extra pawn.
And we're picking off one of the cherries. Although, is your rook going to be safe here if I play knight h6? Are you going to just evacuate this way? Well, to begin with, I don't even know if I can guard this.
Well, I think that's the point. I think it's the point. And actually, that b6 pawn is a big pawn to take because then the a pawn is running, the c5 pawn is weak. So that I think it looks pretty good. So okay, we'll start with f6 and see what happens. Let's go back. So
okay, so rook takes is definitely on. Now king g7 makes no sense because there is the check. So what happens if I just play it?
It's knight g6 actually.
Knight g6,
which
might walks into bishop c4, no?
Bishop c4 looks pretty nice. Yeah, that's true.
Or then knight e5.
Yeah. Bishop
and
d.
then rook g1. Is someone getting mated here or not?
Well, one could try.
I reckon this looks like a mate, Danny.
Yeah.
Knight f5, rook. Oh, okay, yeah, knight f5, rook a6 is mate.
Yeah. looks really pleasant.
Actually, wait a tick. Just one more try. What if I go now here?
Yeah, hangs on in there. Just instead of rook g1, let's just go back a moment.
Yeah.
Because here, yeah, I mean, it's slightly annoying that bishop can be taken, but okay, just rook h6. Let me try.
Okay.
Let me try rook h6.
Yeah, okay, I get it. So,
well, if
I
knight
suppose...
takes, no, don't recapture.
Oh, that's sorry. I'm playing checkers, aren't I?
Rook g1. Rook g1.
Rook g1. I mean, I have to show this. This is such a beautiful checkmate. That is worthy of showing. That's a beaut. Is this all over Red Rover, Danny?
I was hoping so, because if the rook moves away, then you've still got knight f5 and rook h8.
Yeah. No, f6 I reckon is my only move here.
Yeah,
but I'm not liking the look of it.
That's also
knight h5, rook f6.
Yeah, there's knight f5 and rook g7, by the way.
Yes. So it's all kinds of torturous issues. I don't know. This looks very good.
Yeah, maybe king g7 here, actually. I mean, black is on the edge, but might yet survive, actually.
Yeah, there is now. This is a bit awkward.
Yeah.
Just rook here. But then, yeah, now this is becoming a little bit of a meh. I take this, maybe rook h8. The other rook is coming in here.
It dissipated. It
looks like
didn't get it right. But this is so close. I mean, maybe instead of rook takes, perhaps after f6, knight h5.
He played bishop c4, by the way.
Okay.
So this is on the board now, which is what I was going to offer before we looked into your f6, which admittedly looks much more to the point.
Well,
but if
f6, I'm just kind of going route one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, but of course, bishop c4 holds all the trumps. So why not?
So should it be rook b6 now as my only attempt?
Yeah, but after rook b6, e5. I
mean,
mean,
that's what I was thinking
keep it
too.
simple. I mean, really, it's a miserable position for black to play.
Yep, couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. This is very unfortunate, and this is exactly what we were saying, Danny. That this is a very passive, miserable position. And had he taken on h3, he may have felt that it was material down, but it wouldn't have been a tedious, difficult defense where you are definitely not doing anything other than fighting for draw.
Yeah. Can we go to Hari Krishna against Garwin Jones?
Oh boy, because the pigs are on the 7.
Yeah. Woof.
Do you know the origin of that expression, Danny? I never figured that out. Why is it called the pigs?
Which expression?
The pigs on the 7. I think it comes from Nimzovich.
I've never heard it.
Really? I heard it in so many places.
The pigs on the 7th?
Yeah. As a reference to the rocks. Yeah.
I've never heard it.
No, I think it comes from Nimzovich, but I don't know what it is meant to mean.
Well, I don't know. I just think of pigs in a trough, having a good snuffling around, having a good time, but I've never heard it.
Yeah. Is the win here the cleanest win, by the way, g4 takes and then pushing this all the way to h6, or am I just dreaming again?
That's sweet. Is that possible?
No, because when the pawn reaches h5, it can be captured, so forget about it. I'm being silly. I suppose it's just you slowly roll up with the king and the pawns together.
Yeah.
Or actually, sorry, would you? No. Okay, that is actually
just trading rooks. I mean,
yeah, I was about to say the let's trade rooks. I wanted to go rook h8, but this is cleaner because it doesn't lose any pawns. This is over. Yeah, g4 and just roll the pawns in.
Okay, let's cut to
what's Maggie?
Magnus. Big advantage, apparently.
Oh boy, there you go. I just trash talked his opening choice, and I was put back into my place.
Okay, so why is this a big advantage? Is it just because that pawn on e3 is dropping? I think that's basically the story. Oh, there's bishop d3. No, there's
bishop. Yeah, he blundered
horrible.
bishop d3. Yeah, this is miserable. Bishop d3, queen f5, and oh boy,
that's yeah. I mean, maybe he's just picking up the so after bishop d3 check. I mean, king g6 looks very strange. Bishop d3, the king goes back, and maybe just rook e1 just to pick up the e pawn.
I mean, I guess when you say king back, you mean king f7, right? Because king g7 might be strongly met by queen f5 with further...
then rook h7. Oh, okay, then it's completely over. So he doesn't okay, he doesn't even need to bother with the e pawn. Yeah.
Did you say rook h7?
Not in this position.
Yeah, that's what I meant, that he has to go f7 because king g7 loses to this.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what
so I'm still trying to investigate the cleanest win for this scenario.
Well, okay, you can just go
rook h5 and then double, yeah.
Okay, there's that one. I was going to say rook e. I'm still obsessed with that e pawn, but
I like rook e1 too, by the way, for sure. Like that's if nothing else.
But you can just play.
He actually plays this, so what you see now is on the board.
Okay. I mean,
this is conclusive because rook here is met by queen h5 check.
Yeah. It's completely over. Yeah. How did that happen so quickly? That's really weird. So Sam, like I was talking about, Black has to judge whether to get in e5 or not. h5. Okay, so he went for it. He punted.
I think he overlooked the fact that this was no danger.
How interesting.
And that this pin is the hero of the day.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
I don't blame him for misjudging this. It looks promising.
Yeah.
What happens here after rook here, rook here? Can't do it, apparently.
Let's have a look. Just can you play it
on happening with rook h4 again?
And why not just queen g3?
I was about to say queen g3, and then the party's over.
Yeah.
Wow, Maggie.
Interesting. So can we just go back to the position just before h5? So queen g4. What a provocative move, because Black has these tempting continuations, either h5 or f5, and queen g4 is just saying, okay, come on then.
I'm at me, yep.
Very interesting.
And f5 is also bad, I reckon, because of queen e2 and then take and then penetration.
Yeah.
Well, it's not really penetration, but occupying the outpost. But that still seems better, right, than h5 in hindsight.
Well, maybe best is just not to touch any pawns at all.
Yes.
That's really the point. Yeah, exactly. But then, then he continues with doubling, or indeed. The h pawn, who knows?
Harry getting re-employed again. Yeah. I think I owe an apology, Danny, to this structure and this position altogether.
Well, I don't know about an apology, but seriously, I've always found those structures really interesting with white and black, actually.
Yeah, a beautiful finish, by the way, by Magnus, who just went rook e1, queen e6, and then went check, and then went bishop f5. That is absolutely superb, and now the queen has to abandon the defense of the pawn on e3. So, cruel. This is cruel. This guy is not nice at all. He doesn't even take the pawn. He just went f4. Actually, I'm not even sure why he did that, other than... he wants to pull the queen back to e2 afterwards.
Or just to open up the dart squares.
Or that.
Taking on g5.
Either way, cruel. Oh, your boy. Danny, your boy. From that dull nothing comes an endgame that appears to be quite winnable for white. Provided that there are no rooks on the board.
Yeah, looks nice.
I mean, those kingside pawns look definitely delicious targets, and the double B pawns are irrelevant. By the way, Vidit also is absolutely decimating what's left of Mishra's position. This looks like an absolute carnage.
Wow.
Yeah, so rook d5 went in, and that meant pawn was gonna drop like that. Beautiful technique. Marvelous technique.
Nice control. Let's just do a little quick tour. Let me see. Ariane Tari against Eric Hansen. Let's just see that one.
What a mess.
Apparently, White is doing very well according to the eval bar.
Yeah, it's nowhere near as clear to me as the eval bar indicates.
Yeah, absolutely. Strange position with the queen sort of entombed on a4, but I mean, I'm just wondering if White can play very simply and bring a rook to e4 and take on c4.
Imagine if the queen were here. Where would the eval bar be then? Yeah. It still looks like Black has got some slight chances.
Okay,
here.
well let me do exactly that. What if I play rook fe1 with the idea rook e4?
Oh, okay.
Very simple.
Yep. This is caveman chess at its finest, and that was a compliment.
I don't know if this is caveman chess. I'm just trying to take a pawn.
Yeah, it's just you hold the club and you smack it in the head. That's what that is, right? So you just walk up to it and then bang. Yeah, I love that. It's good stuff. He went f5.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's the other way to do it. So he's just going to take on c6 or c4.
I dare say it's going to be probably 4. Because then g6 becomes a thing. Maybe.
It is a thing. Definitely a thing. Yeah, no, I mean, it looks like a lot of fun for White either way. Although it's interesting, the eval bar doesn't seem quite so impressed. What happened? Oh, he took on c6. Oh, let's see. We've got a few more moves.
So queen takes c6, rook b8. And now there is... Whoa! Hello, bring on the sexy. Rook b2 takes, bishop takes a3 check. And chaos is the name of the game. And that, Danny, is the very reason why rook e1 was a grandmaster move of the finest order. Because that disallowed all this nonsense. That's why simple chess is good chess. Very nice. And this is a beautiful counterpunch by Eric Hansen.
Is it any good? Let's have a look. So queen c3 on the board. Let's see.
Are we getting mated though? So rook check. King he g6. That seems terminal, Danny. So bishop f8 will be the move, right?
Yep.
Which kind of rains on the party that this checkmate was.
Yeah, but queen c2 is still a threat.
True. Oh, do we have take and then check, luring the king out here and then check again?
Well, you just got to roll with it with Black, haven't you?
Yeah, totally. No, the question is it winning for White by force or not? Because if not, then I mean, I technically could play queen a4, I guess.
Yeah.
Not something I would be particularly excited about.
Yeah, but actually, you know, Black is pretty tied up at the other end of the board, so it is possible. Let's stick with this one because they're down both under a minute. This is fun.
Yeah. This looks like there will be some fun happenings here. Yeah, no, he went for it.
The eval bar is less impressed.
Well, this is definitely a punt. I think queen a4 would have been the safer route. Can we just do a Nigel short and walk it all the way down to here? Nah. There will certainly be checks available on the diagonal here. Yeah.
And there's, I think the thing is there's rook d1 check. So yeah, what happens on this is interesting. If rook d1 check, then does the king come up to e6 and
it has to, no. Oh, actually, no, rook d2 is also available, right?
Rook d2 is available as well, yeah. In which case, maybe this is why the eval bar is stuck on 50%, because are we going to see queen d5, king c8, queen a8, etc.?
Probably.
That might be why it's resolutely staying in the middle.
Yeah, wow. That was a beautiful tactic by Eric in a position where we thought that there was not an awful lot left, and then he goes bang and then bang, blasting open the defense of the white king, and indeed queen d5 has been played, so we are headed to draw land here. Wow, how exciting.
Let's go on to my man Wei Yi. How's he doing?
Your man Wei Yi.
He's winning. He's winning. He's got a technically winning rook and pawn endgame, because that pawn on b5 is not really going anywhere. In the meantime, white actually threatens to bring rook number 2 into the game, and actually black's going to be in massive trouble. That's why rook c2 was played, in order to counter.
Look here, then look here.
But
now the pawn is running, yeah?
Indeed. And the rook can always go behind the b pawn, so should be good. There we go.
This is looking indeed very exciting.
And the h pawn is running.
Yep.
Yeah, rook b2 had to be played. Otherwise, white would play rook h1 and rook h2 to defend f2.
Oh, that's so beautiful, Danny. That's a marvelous.
But this is just winning. This is just winning.
Marvelous technique there to do rook here, and defend and support. That's what rook endings are all about. Beauty.
But I think it's just winning, isn't it? Because the h pawn is just going through.
Yep.
I mean, the black rook has to come back, but once that happens, then the second white rook will be free to move over, and then it's carnage.
Yep. Yeah, so rook here, h7, and then even the second rook will have to abandon its post, because otherwise rook here just wins.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd also be interested to see rook a1, rook a6 check.
Yeah, finishing in style.
I mean, it's completely winning now.
Yeah, that was quite nice. So we are going to actually finish with the Praggnanandhaa David Anton game, because that's not going to finish as soon as this one is. But I'm going to wait for the conclusion of this one. Actually, which is going to happen right now, I believe, because the threat of he can only be parried by moving the rook, which surrenders the pawn, and then there is no hope left.
Yeah, very nice. Simple technique, very good. Yeah, excellent. Oh, but if he can trade b for h, but I think black's king is going to suffer here.
Yeah, king f4.
Yeah, this is good. And now second rook over. Let's go, rook.
All the way.
Yeah, all the way. That wins, because. Okay, he's done that one. I mean, I don't think it makes any difference.
No, he's gonna go here, Danny, and trade this for this.
Now, you could also play rook h5. I mean, there are many good moves here.
Yep. This is easy to be a smart player here.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, it's completely winning.
Commentator's dream.
So once you get 2 extra pawns, then it really is game over. Okay, let's go to
This is, in my opinion, this is the only one where there is still some life left in the position,
but maybe not enough. Okay, should be a technical win.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I think you can just trade actually, because if rook takes, knight takes, then king c5 and the king runs towards the a pawn. And if rook takes, king takes, then the king runs towards the g pawn. Should be winning, but one has to be a little bit careful. Okay, he did take.
Yes. Yeah, king e5, yeah.
Okay.
Is that Prague's first loss today, if he loses it?
I'm going to tell you very quickly. Hang on. I'm just going to look back through the rounds. I think you might be right. I think...
By the way, the Mishra game is still going, but no joy. No joy for Black whatsoever. It is, yeah, a foregone conclusion. Yeah, but he's 9 pawns down, and yeah, White's pieces are all over him. So, yeah, I mean, he might try this tactic, but even after knight e4, rook e4, rook takes d5, that rook ending is absolutely hopeless. The black king is cut off. I can just roll the pawn. And with the support of the king, that's an easy win. Yeah, he didn't even go for it.
Okay, I mean, the only thing that is a slight doubt is that White has not that much time, but it's not very difficult. That's a nice move.
Yeah, and besides, he has got more time than Black does.
Yeah.
So
okay, but it's easy to find good moves in this position. there are a lot of them for White.
Oh, that's quite stylish, though. That is a neat move there. And now e6 even.
Yeah, knight e6 is quite good.
Yeah, lots of
as you say. I mean, you know.
Yeah,
not too difficult to find good moves here. Yeah, that's good. Very nice. E6 on the board.
Yeah, we are definitely heading towards the final moves of the day. Actually, not quite yet, because Prague is still playing, but his position is also entirely dead lost now.
Okay, let's stick with this one just to.
Yep. Yeah, rook takes d6 now. Rook d7 is deadly.
Wow, I'm kind of amazed he's still playing, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he's only in this because of the time situation, and also perhaps because, yeah, he is having a very bad day, and I think he's coming to terms with the 4-0 today, which must be difficult.
Yeah. That's a big crash. That is a big crash, as you say. 4 straight losses.
Yeah, and this one was an unnecessary one, in my opinion. If he had played bishop takes h3, I don't think he would have lost this game.
Yeah, I agree.
As per discussed earlier on. Yeah, Prague just resigned. So indeed, this is now the final couple of moves before we come to the conclusion of day 2 of the Chessable Masters.
And there we have it.
And that's it.
Okay, folks, it's been another fascinating day. We've had 8 rounds, so we're now over the halfway mark. And yes, Wei Yi out in front with 18. His compatriot Ding Liren has slipped back a little bit today. So we have Wei Yi 18, David Anton, Magnus Carlsen in second place, Anish Giri also looking good. Praggnanandhaa has had a good day. He's bounced up there. But there is still all to play for. We're only just over the halfway stage, still 7 rounds to play in this preliminary round robin. So I hope everyone will join us tomorrow, same time, same place, 1800 hours Central European time. And don't forget, this is the Chessable Masters. And There are some fantastic courses to be had on the Chessable sites from both of us. There we go. No false modesty there.
No, not definitely none. All the 10 of them are there for you, so take it.
Andras,
I'm offering them all.
Yeah. Andras, is there one game that you would highlight today? I know it's all turns into a bit of a mush after a bit, but is there one game that you can think of that you really
look?
like?
I really would like to show myself here to be the humble servant who learns every day, and I learned a very valuable lesson today from you and Magnus Carlsen. So I think it was time for me to learn to respect that structure in the Carlsen Shankland game. That was definitely an eye-opener of some sort. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, actually, Sam got suckered into something which looked fantastic, but actually, yeah, I mean, really interesting. We kind of blinked and we missed it.
Yeah, that's right.
But Queen G4, you know, classic Carlsen, a really provocative move, actually.
Yeah. And I reckon he saw that H5 was not going to cut it. I think he knew it all the way.
No doubt about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we can see the actual table there. But we've still got a long way to go in this one. And with 3 points for a win, then, you know, players who are languishing can suddenly bounce back. I did see flash on the screen there the thumbnail of my Kalashnikov course. I'd like to see that one more time.
I think that deserves any. Yes, that's it. We that is a good way to part ways with the viewers to bring up the Kalashnikov flag.
It's on sale at the moment, folks. I'm really proud of that course, so do get it. It's on Chessable right now. Andras, thanks very much for joining us today. I know in Canberra it's the middle of the night, or even early morning now. So
oh no, Danny, this is not the middle of the night anymore. It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
6 o'clock in the morning. You know, you're desperate to actually put your head down. But hopefully, I'll see you refreshed and ready tomorrow. And do join us, everyone. 1800 hours Central European time. I don't even want to say what time it'll be in Canberra, but I guess that's 2 in the morning.
Yep.
Yep. Bright and early.
I will see you then, folks.
Fantastic. Okay, thanks everyone for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye. It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.